Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So everything pretty much is compromised. So as we discover new things about these compromised, stuff that's out there, like the space program, compromised, yes, been talking about that for years. Is there some truth in it? Yes. Is there some truth in politics? President Trump, yes, right. But does he, seed disinformation to a certain extent on purpose? Yes, of course. So don't get caught up in being right. It's just like it's not going to serve anybody. Sometimes I get caught up in that myself, so I'm, just as guilty as everybody else. But I think it's very important going forward that we learn to just learn that there's lots of compromised stuff out there, that we're going to discover it. Don't get stuck on anything, on either side of anything, right? Because that's what they want. They've always wanted this, and they've always tried to stoke us into arguing, and nothing matters, right? Nothing really matters except for love, right? Love matters, and love is the state of consciousness that we all need to be in. So just be open-minded to all the stuff that's going out there. The compromised stuff is going to continue to expose itself. That's to be expected. Don't get stuck on something and start to get angry with other people that think differently from you. So, and like I said, sometimes I get stuck on that as well. So we're all human, and we're going to sometimes get stuck on stupid, right? Everybody does at some point, sometime. Just move forward, right? Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck on stupid. Right? So, all right. So let's look at what's going on in the world. U.S. enforces blockade on Iranian ports. Now, this again is where I'm seeing people getting, former influencers. I say former because I think they're stuck on stupid. They're not seeing a bigger picture, and they're arguing to be right. So just presenting the information, I think, is important this time, whatever information you have. And then I'm seeing a lot of people out there that are, this is the way it is. And, everything else is wrong, right? No, right? So I see a lot of people that are not seeing a bigger picture on the Straits of Hormuz. This is to take down the money system, right? If you think it's something else, that's fine. If you see other aspects of it, that's fine. But if you attack, I think President Trump at this point, you're on the wrong side of this, and history will show that. So don't get stuck. Don't get stuck on stuff. And I don't know everything. I've been saying that it was going to be a ground war. Is it going to happen? From my experience, from what I'm seeing, it's going to happen, but maybe it won't. So that would be great if it doesn't. So just stay flexible, stay open-minded to all the different things that are happening. I know a lot of people, almost most people, they want the thing. They want the thing so that their mind can just be quiet and quit looking, because they don't like that. They want the thing, right? Most people want the thing. And if they don't get the thing, then they get angry, right? And they want to attack everybody that's not giving them the thing, right? So you're not going to get the thing. But I can tell you the thing is that President Trump is taking down the economic system, right? And I think that's one of the things that, we're going to see going forward. And then we're coming after the political types. And the political types are, I think it's already starting. We're going to talk about that. Swalwell and Gonzalez just resigned. Why did they resign? Because Congress is pushing through a bill that would cut off retirement to those people that are kicked out of Congress. How about that? So both these guys just resigned, which was, I think, is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like that in history of the political sphere. Sure, there's been some people that have resigned. I can't think of them. They're probably back there in time somewhere. Everything, all the evidence started to pile up on them. Swalwell was going to be governor of California, and he resigned from running for governor of California because all the accusations started coming to him. And then we saw the accusations starting to come at Gonzalez, congressman from Texas, and Republican. So it's not just Democrats, guys. It's both parties. Both parties are very corrupt. And I think we're seeing the start of the takedown of the political system. It's just fantastic. All right, so let's look at this. Trump yanks troops from Spain. All right, so I've been saying for years that we're going to leave NATO. So now we're moving that position. Now, of course, people would have been arguing that's no way that we're ever going to leave NATO. I think that at this point, you have to start to realize that this is going to happen.
As far as the naval blockade is concerned, what's the end game? Is it to force Iran back to the negotiating table? Is it to open up the straits so that gas prices ultimately come down?
Maybe everything. I mean, both of those things, certainly, and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort.
So is it Iran that is blackmailing and extorting the world? No, it's the City of London, right? The City of London basically took over almost 100 years ago, Iran, right? So this is something in China. And China is going to be a problem. So China, Iran, Europe, they're all problems. They all have to be taken down. Instead of going right at the City of London, we just take away the money, right? Just take away the money and they collapse. This is what we're going to see.
The world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And the amazing thing is, we don't, can you believe this? We don't use this trade. We don't need this trade. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need.
All right. So not only do we have pretty much all the oil that we need, right? But we're also exporting on a massive scale now. We're the world's exporter of oil now. And we have light sweet crude, right? Light sweet crude is the most easily refined crude there is. There's different categories. WTI, West Texas Intermediate crude is light sweet crude, and it's very desirable, right? I don't know how many countries have that. I don't think Venezuela is light sweet crude, but they have a lot of crude. I don't know that the Middle East oil is all light sweet crude, but it is highly desirable. And I'll come back to this, but let's look at this other chart of all of the ships that are coming in right now to get American oil, right? So right here, empty oil tankers headed to the U.S., right? So on a massive scale, we have tankers coming to the U.S. 68 of them can carry 2 million barrels each. So at least 121 empty oil tankers are making their way to the United States of America right now. Holy smokes, we are the world's gas station now, all right? China can send their ships to the U.S. China can send their ships to Venezuela. Empty oil carrying ships from many nations are all headed to the U.S. to load up. Harris Faulkner, 68 of those, 28 or 2 million barrels apiece. President Trump has urged countries squeezed by Iran's disruption of the Strait of Hormuz to turn to America energy supplies instead. So we are the new Middle East oil provider, guys. Pretty cool, right? So maybe there was a method to the madness. I believe so. So again, we don't know the big picture here. There's still a lot of people out there that are criticizing President Trump throughout the social media. What used to be big time influencers are basically falling apart and going to the wayside now, right? And all those people that are attacking President Trump, they will be shown to be on the wrong side of this. Now, can they go back to the other side? I don't know. I'm not going to follow most of them at this point. You know, the Tucker Carlsons, Alex Jones, they're done. I'm done with them, right? So will they still have followers? Sure, right? Will they still, you know, and other people, Candace Owens and all these others, will they still have followers? Sure, you know. Not moi though, not moi, right? No more, no mas. So it's moving on. Many of us are moving on to bigger and better. And one of those things is bigger and better is to get out of NATO, right? And we're going to talk about that.
Have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it.
Wow, that's incredible, right? So right now we have what Russia and Saudi Arabia puts out. Russia's number 2, Saudi Arabia's number 3. And we put out more than both of them combined. And President Trump just said next year, we're going to double that again. Wow. So yeah, we're the new exporter of oil for the world. And the price of oil came down bigly today. And what did the stock market do? It went up bigly. Now, a lot of you guys are like, I'm so happy I stayed in the stock market. Guess what? Guess what silver did? Silver went up almost 3 times what the stock market did today. Hello. All right. So if you look at last year, silver's up well over 100%. The stock market was up, you know, not even double digits. Right. So you've been talking about going into silver. It's past time. Right. But it's not too late. I still think that silver is going to go up massively and soon. Almost breached $80 today. And once it breaches $80, maybe there's a little bit of pullback. That's the way silver works, right? So, and then maybe it takes off. Maybe it just keeps going and going and going like it did when it went over $100, right? So $100, we're going to look back at $100 and go, boy, that was cheap. Now, I've been jumping up and down. This is time to get into silver. I've been loading up on silver at this price. And I remember jumping up and down with Dr. Kirk Elliott back when it was 17. All right. So, wow. Probably within another month or two, we're probably going to see 10x from $17, right? And that's just the beginning. So we're going to go up another probably 4 or 5 times. And then it'll be time to move over to gold. But you can stay in silver if you want to. Probably go up to, I don't know, $500,000 at some point. But that's further down the road. It's up to you guys. All right.
And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before then. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal.
All right. So this would be why some of these countries are going to start to flip to the U.S. side. It's because they see there's going to be protection by the U.S. against the City of London controllers, the Pilgrim Society, and so forth. We're going to see things start to flip towards the United States. And of course, other countries are going to take up this banner as well and flip the deep state out, right? And at that point, the deep state is going to get super desperate and maybe do their, because I had Juan on, I asked him, is it time for Project Bluebeam? Because they're, disclosing all this stuff. And he said, not yet, right? So it's somewhere down the road.
They would like to work a deal.
A deal would be good, right? They want to work a deal. They're getting desperate to work a deal because they have to work a deal because guess what? We've just figured out.
All right. So this is Trish Reagan. I've been saying that she's on the right side of this. When she was at Fox, she was always great reporter. They pushed her into the late night so people couldn't see her. And then eventually they kicked her out, right? Just like Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is just corrupt. She's showing herself. She showed herself at Fox. Remember when she did that interview with Trump and she attacked him and he's like, Megyn Kelly. Like, what? So, you know, the intel that Trump has is pretty substantial. So whatever that was. All right. So, and then she went to CNN and they kicked her out. And then she started her own show. And a lot of us supported her because, okay, so we're like, okay, she sees the way now. And now we see that she was just another infiltrator, the Pilgrim Society, right? We have to get rid of these people, guys. We have to stop following them, right? We have to shun them, stop following them.
Completely shut off their entire economy. The Iranian economy is entirely dependent on its oil exports. And sure, it's actually gone kind of well for the last 6 weeks because the price of oil has gone up. And basically, all of that oil has been going to China. And now China can't get its oil, so it's not too happy either. So it's putting pressure on Iran. I mean, not quite like we are, but it's putting pressure as well. And so if all of the oil is stopped leaving Iran and its ports, then it's got nothing. I mean, I think one of the reasons the president hesitated to do that was because he knew that it would affect overall prices, right? When you take off 20% of the world's supply, which is what the Strait of Hormuz is actually accounting for. We don't need the oil. We have plenty of oil here, of course. But when you take 20% of the world's supply off, what happens to the price of oil? It goes up. And so he didn't want the price of oil to go way up all of a sudden because, well, that's bad for everyone. Don't forget, it's a commodity. So even though we have plenty of it here, when you take off 20% of the world's supply, yeah, it's going to go up. So Iran actually benefited from that. Think about that. Because the oil prices were going up. They were still shipping their oil. They were getting their ships out going to China. And now the president said, yep, that's not going to happen anymore. We're not going to allow for that anymore at all. And so we're shutting it down and we're going in and all of your little Iranian ports, including Karg Island, are getting shut down. You're not going to get 1 ounce of oil out of that country as long as we have anything to say about it. And hey, Europe, it would be nice if you would step up to the plate too. And this is him over the weekend. He's demanding NATO send warships to take on Iran or lose.
All right. So demanding that NATO get involved. So NATO, he's been demanding that for a while now. And NATO is showing its true colors, right? And some countries like Spain and Italy are not only, not getting involved, but they're going the opposite direction and actually restricting the U.S. from using bases in their countries. It's incredible. So we're going to move our bases out of those countries.
Support for good because he wants them involved. Period. Full stop. And this is why the UK is figuring out it doesn't really have a choice here. It wants to salvage the relationship it has. It knows that it needs the US.
The UK, the city of London, the controllers of the world for hundreds of years, right? It doesn't have a choice anymore, right? They're being squeezed finally for the first time since they have been controlling the world for hundreds of years.
It's for NATO, but there are other actors that are a little bit more like petulant children, like Spain, that don't want to step up to the plate. But then again, they never do, right? Spain, I mean, they were told last year, you're going to have to contribute like 5% of GDP to NATO. And they're like, are you kidding? They have no interest in it. So we shouldn't be surprised.
So 5%, contribute 5%. U.S. has been, for the longest time doing 98, 99%. We, the taxpayers, this is going to stop.
But then again, why should we be spending hundreds of millions of dollars on those bases if we can't even use them? I mean, literally, we can't even use them. We tried to. We wanted to. And they wouldn't. And France, think about France not even allowing us use of their airspace. France is going to have to come around too. I think Spain, however, is rolling the dice in a bigger way than it should. Listen to the president again.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those?
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
Has the blockade started, sir?
Yeah, started 10 o'clock.
It started all right. It's going pretty well. All right. Iran's not getting anything through. We've actually seen a number of, I think the number is, I'll get this for you, it's around 34 ships that just went through over the weekend. They're getting through. And the president's saying, hey, we're going to announce who is joining this coalition tomorrow. I can tell you, my source is telling me, and again, my on-the-ground reporting indicating that Spain is not going to be one of them. They've actually become the most resistant NATO member. And as a result of this, we're looking at closing a couple of bases, Rota and Moron. Okay, so these are the two big bases. We've talked about these a little bit on the show before. I spent some time over the weekend, as I said, in Spain, and I can tell you, I mean, here's just, you're looking out here at the Mediterranean. If you're watching this video right now, you can see this is the Mediterranean.
All right. So what is Spain said? And they have said this for several weeks now. White House tells Spain U.S. military does not need your help. It does not need you, right, at all. Yeah, really. And that's what we're going to see going forward. In fact, to the point where, hey, let's stop sending hundreds of $millions to this POS country that doesn't want to help us. The U.S. does not need help from Spain or anyone else after the government of Socialist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez closed off Spanish airspace to U.S. aircraft involved in Operation Epic Fury. Epic Fury. So you heard, and you know by this point, that the U.S. does not need the Middle Eastern oil at all. In fact, we're the exporters of the world now. And so why are we doing this? Really to squeeze out the city of London and the evil ones that are controlling finances and so forth, and this is going to squeeze them out of existence. But these guys are trying to play games where they think they're going to influence us and manipulate us into going, oh, we're wrong, we're sorry, we're not going to use your base because we shouldn't be doing this, and we're just going to stop the bombing and open the Strait of Hormuz up so that they can build their nuclear bomb, and threaten everybody. All you European idiots, right, will be under their control. And that's what the deep state wants, the Pilgrim Society. United States military is meeting or surpassing all of its goals under Operation Epic Fury and does not need help from Spain or anyone else. On Monday, Spanish government officials confirmed it closed off its airspace to U.S. aircraft. These clowns need the Middle East oil. They need it. And I think it's very apropos that President Trump is cutting it off from them, right? Because there's no way they have enough reserves. And they're probably going to have to limp their ships, their cargo ships, their tankers over to across the Atlantic into the Gulf of America, and get some of that sweet West Texas WTI, West Texas Intermediate oil, right? On Monday, Spanish government officials confirmed it closed off airspace involving the ongoing military operations against Iran's Islamic regime, barring U.S. planes from utilizing the Spanish bases in Rota, Cadiz, and Moran de la Frontera, all right, Seville, while at the same time prohibiting U.S. aircraft stationed in third countries from passing through Spanish airspace. All right. So if I were to go any, meeny, miny, mo, I would say, Spain, you're going to lose your bases, all right? Because obviously there's no reason for us to be there, guys. And imagine all that money we'll save by closing those bases down. Yeah, we probably pumped billions of dollars into those bases. I've flown into the bases in Spain. They're awesome. People are awesome. Food's awesome. The beaches are awesome. But there's other beaches, right? And there's other awesome places. So obviously Spain is no mas, right? No mas. So let's get out of there. Let's get out of there. Let's get out of there now. And the sooner the better. All right. So who else? Italy has barred the U.S. of its air bases by U.S. military aircraft involved in operations against Iran, requiring prior authorization for such actions. Again, these are air bases that we have built over time. Sigonella in Sicily. They won't let us use that base. Major base that's Italy is like a hop, skip, and a jump. Really just a hop over to the Middle East to carry out missions. That would save a lot of fuel, wouldn't it? And it would save a lot of time that the pilots have to be, flying those aircraft so they get some more crew rest, because they got to get their crew rest. Boy, those spoiled pilots. I remember being in Panama during the Panama invasion. We're sleeping under lights on 24/7 in this big hangar on cots next to each other. Boy, it was tough to get some sleep. And they had like a blackout, quiet, had air conditioning. We were like in a hot, jungle, but the pilots had to get their crew rest. So, God love them. They're great. Love the pilots. So I'm not going to beat them up too much, but I could tell you stories of how they've kind of screwed us over in some stuff because they had to get their crew rest, right? Real world stuff where they thought it was just a training event. So we're going to shut down. We're going to do crew rest. It was like, and then they didn't even get spanked. They just got talked to. It's like, geez, if we'd done something like that, we'd have been hammered, right? So pretty funny, kind of and kind of not. But anyway, those pilots, it would save them a lot of time in the air because, again, they need their crew rest. And they got to get it, really. I mean, they're flying, $100 million aircraft or more. Some of them are flying $500 million aircraft with all the technology that's on it. And they have a lot of people depend on them. So yeah, let's give them their crew rest. Right. So Italy is gone bad. Right. Italy, we need to pull our bases out of Italy too, guys. Right. So Donald Trump hits Meloni with the Iran nuclear warning. Blow Italy up in minutes, he says. Donald Trump has issued a stark reply to Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni over Iran's nuclear capabilities after she criticized his comments about Pope Leo. Yeah, you don't criticize the master, right? 5D chess, you're losing. You're going to lose bad. Donald Trump has hit back after he was criticized for attacking Pope Leo. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, described Trump's tirade against the Pope as unacceptable. Now the U.S. president has said it is she who is unacceptable. Right? And an interview with, I'm not even going to try Sierra, Trump also said he was shocked by the Italian Prime Minister comments. He went on to issue a stark warning over Iran's nuclear capabilities. It says it is she. There we go. Advertisement. So now I just moved. It is she who is unacceptable because she doesn't care if Iran has a nuclear weapon and would blow up Italy in 2 minutes if it had the chance, he said. Trump greets Meloni at the White House in April 2025. And then he talked about how she is no longer the same person, and Italy will not be the same country. What's the code in that one? No longer the same person? You mean she was replaced or something? And Italy will not be the same country. Is it going to be transformed from a deep state puppet to something else? We'll see. Trump added that he had not had contact with Meloni for a long time. Trump and Meloni have previously been close political allies. So maybe she was replaced. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, the president wrote in his Truth Social post about the Pope, adding, I don't want a Pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I agree. What kind of Pope is that? A compromised one. Trump refused to apologize to Pope Leo on Monday and sought to explain away a now deleted social media post depicting himself as Jesus by saying he had thought the image was of him as a doctor. Right? Let's look at that. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool looking. It's funny, and it's kind of cool actually, because he's helping a military. Looks like maybe this military guy is passing over, and President Trump is there for him, and there he goes up into the heavens, and then everybody's like, oh. So he thought he was a healer here, or at least that's his words. But President Trump he pushes buttons. He pushes buttons, guys. We know that, right? So don't get all butthurt if he's pushing a button that you don't agree with. Is part of a process, part of a bigger process of taking down a very, very evil and corrupt system. All right. So now let's look at the political realm. If we haven't looked at it enough overseas, let's look at it here in America, right? In America, we're seeing basically, I believe, the start, which will begin to accelerate the collapse of the deep state politicians, right? A federal judge has officially approved a class action lawsuit against Nancy Pelosi. Over 500 J6 patriots are now united, sounds like class action lawsuit, seeking $350 million in damages for what they claim was a coordinated setup. According to the lawsuit, Pelosi orchestrated the entire event, luring peaceful protesters into the Capitol, then labeling them violent insurrectionists to push a narrative. If she's found guilty or liable, it could bankrupt her, right? How many millions? I think she's got about that many millions. So why not? Let's go ahead and bankrupt her. She stole that money from us anyway. This is no longer conspiracy theory. This is exposure. Isn't that interesting? She stole that money from us and we may get it back. Wow. This is the unraveling. Stay tuned. The storm is far from over. Now, I've been seeing a lot of these posts. We're just getting started here. Holy crap. Judge James Boasberg just got slapped down by the U.S. Appeals Court. Boasberg is hereby banned from trying to hold Trump officials in contempt after they deported illegal aliens under the Alien Enemies Act. He lost. All right, so going on to Fauci, the FBI has reportedly quietly executed a search warrant of the home of Dr. Anthony Fauci, as well as several. All right, watch this illegal alien. This was put out by President Trump. An illegal alien criminal from Haiti who was released into our country by the worst president in history, of course, Crooked Joe Biden, and the radical Democrats in Congress at a gas station in Florida. The video of her brutal slaying is one of the most vicious things you will ever see. This animal was allowed to stay here because the Biden administration granted him and all Haitians temporary protective status. So basically, these guys aren't voting. Professor David Clements was on my show yesterday. I highly recommend you watch that. He talked about the money issue as well, how this is all about money. And he also said that these illegal aliens aren't voting. When they come in, they get their information and they do mail-in ballots with their information. So this is how they're controlling, America. So that's why they want these illegal aliens that are violent criminals to stay, because they want that vote. All right. Now watch this. This is pretty horrific, or maybe not. Maybe you don't. Maybe you want to just turn away at this point. All right. That's a hammer he just used on her. And now watch. So you see, he's in his hand is a hammer. Right. So this is what we have here. Now, my take on this is, what the absolute F. Mama Bears, it's time to get fired up. Grassroots firestorm time. Let's go. Because we know the Mama Bears make this happen. All right. So very frustrating. We've been talking about this for a long time. From the beginning, you can see the basically when President Trump was in office, the number of people coming across the border was almost zero. And then when Biden came in, it blew up. It went to the moon, right? Very, very tragic time for America. And there's still a lot of work to get those people out of our country, right? And we have to check the voting rolls, guys. Have to be completely gone over. And that's because they've taken these illegal aliens and put them in the voter rolls, right? They don't even need and won't, for the most part, even show up for voting. They'll use the illegal ballots, right? And or mail-in ballots, or once the voting's done, they'll use the Dominion electronic voting machines, and they'll assert them that way, right? So Professor David Clements was talking about that in our show yesterday as well. It happened in Texas, and I think in North Carolina, and I think one other state, where they've already found that they came in and manipulated the voting, right? So it's happening, still happening, even in the the pre-election stuff, right? So where we figure out who is eligible to advance. They have the evidence again, just like they have the evidence for the 2020 election still, and even 2024 election still in a lot of states. I think California elected a lot of congressional leaders, a Republican, and like the next day, they had won, and then the next day they're like, oh look, we found all these mail-in ballots, probably filled with illegal alien, registrations, and they overwhelmed those Republican votes, just like they did with President Trump when we all went to bed in 2020, him basically having won, and then we woke up and he was losing in multiple states, right? What's that, Trace?
They said the children were nestled all snug in their beds.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds. And it wasn't Santa Claus that came down. It was like the Grinch, right? Stole it all. And stole it all. All right. Very, very tragic. Now, let's go into Swalwell. Been talking about him for a long time. He was on the intelligence committee, and they found him having had an affair with a Chinese spy, Fang Fang, and nothing ever happened. Democrats are so evil and corrupt. It's unbelievable. So they knew that he was doing bad stuff. And now we're seeing, I think that when they find out that, they've already found out that he's done some very horrific things with women. And this is after he was like, all high on a pedestal, like, saying that women need to be protected. And here he is, one of the worst ones, if not the worst. I don't know. We'll see going forward. So I think because what they're passing is, and let me pull this up so you guys can see. So all of this stuff will make more sense why you're going to probably see a lot of people resigning going forward. right? So it just kind of came to me as like, why would he resign? You know, it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't he, like they normally do, just fight all the way to the end till it's obvious that he committed the crimes? The U.S. Congress is considering the Congressional Pension Accountability Act, which would eliminate pension benefits for members of Congress expelled due to misconduct. The legislation aims to ensure that those expelled, I think that they should go back in time. All right. So these two knuckleheads that are getting out, that are like bailing right now, if they find out that they had committed these crimes while they're in office, they should get their pensions cut. What do you guys think? Yeah, I know. Yeah, we all think that they should get them cut, right? It should be retroactive. Or Tracy's like something else. Yeah, I agree with Tracy, or something else. I don't know. What would be something else?
They can't reproduce.
Snip, snip, Tracy says. Right, so there you go. All right, mama bears, let's go. All right, so, oh my God, this will have you choking up. This is not good. So let's listen to this one.
She's speaking now in California, Beverly Hills. Let's watch.
In 2018, while I was living and working as a model in Beverly Hills, and I also owned a fashion software company, I had contact with Eric Swalwell on 3 separate occasions after meeting him socially. He offered me connections to further my software company, and I also had an interest in local politics. He invited me to 2 public events. I knew he was married at the time and that his wife was pregnant. He was my friend. On the 3rd occasion, I believe he drugged my drink. I only had 1 glass of wine. We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated, and I couldn't move my arms or my body.
All right, so this is very sad. When I was security manager in casinos, a couple of casinos here in Lake Tahoe, we had, I remember this had happened on several occasions, but one in particular really stands out in my mind, where we saw this one guy. So we would help people, men and women, that were obviously very intoxicated. We'd help them. Security would escort them to their rooms, or get them a cab or something like that. That's part of what we did. Of course, the whole time we have security cameras on the whole situation. So we were informed that there was some suspicious activity in one of the bars, and so we security went there. I went there as well, because when we would get a notification like that from our eyes in the sky, the guys that are basically monitoring the whole casino, which is really good. That's one of the reasons why you want to go to a casino. We would recover stolen items and all kinds of crazy stuff. So the guys that are on the surveillance do a really good job in the casino. So hats off to them. But they called and they said there was something suspicious, and that keyed me up. So I went immediately to this bar, and I saw this guy escorting this woman out that was obviously very intoxicated, and her friends were like following, and they were kind of, seemed like they were, at first when I saw them, it was like, okay, they're all escorting her out, and so we're like watching the situation. And then one of her friends finally came up to one of us and said, "That's not her boyfriend. He was taking her to his room." And we're like, hey, and then we intervene. It's not a crime. We couldn't prove that he'd Mickey'd her drink, but at least we got her away from him and got her to her friends, and her friends got her out of there. But this happens, guys, a lot. And for this guy, this political jackass that did this, it should, like my wife Tracy said, snip, snip, right? Snip, snip. All right, so now we've got incredible, problems in the political realm. I'm bringing up Virginia Abigail Spanberger as one that's a massive problem in the political realm. She's the governor of Virginia, and she's going back on all the stuff that she said she would never do. One of the things that she just signed into law was a bill to circumvent the Electoral College and have Virginia become a member of a compact between states that are looking to give their Electoral College votes to the presidential candidate that wins the popular vote instead of the candidate that voters from the state choose. Now, this is the enemy within, guys. Abigail Spanberger is the enemy within, and she's in the seat of the governorship of Virginia, right? Most Virginians are in an outrage about this, and she's done several other things. They are talking about redistricting Virginia. That would be very much like California. There would be no more Republicans or GOP. All right, they're just going to push them all out. So there's a big outrage about that. Is the worst of any state at this point, and I think that we're seeing the states that are real problems, and I think there will be, instead of like President Trump doing an executive order that goes into each state, I think it will just be specific states where the military will have to go in and take charge, guys. All right. So Virginia was probably going to be one of those at this point. New York, Illinois, the left coast. All right. All those states. So we're not going to see every state, of course. We have states that do the right thing, constitutional law and good, stuff. Utah's another problem. Hawaii's another problem. Their governors, pretty much in Utah, I don't think the governor was even elected, right? So there's, and in Hawaii, he assumed office before the votes were even counted, right? So there's real problems in our states. The military will absolutely have to go into some of these states, just like we saw during the Civil War, where Abraham Lincoln, with the writ of habeas corpus, he had to suspend it because there were states that were violating it, and like David talked about yesterday with me, it's one of those things that President Lincoln said, well, all the states are totally illegal and everything they're doing, in regards to slavery and all kind of other stuff. I have to go this route to like overwhelm them. So this is what we're seeing with Trump, I think, and a lot of these things where some people are saying he's outside of his bounds and all kind of crazy stuff. He's going to have to go outside of his bounds, right? Outside of the normal bounds to take down this extreme illegal activity that's going on in America. That woman that's in the governorship in Virginia, she is wicked. She's a wicked witch beyond belief, guys. All right. So this is something that is overcoming the U.S. Constitution, states' rights, and so forth. There will be some kind of pushback, I think, by the military. So we'll see how this goes going forward. David Clement said also that we're going to military tribunals. He thought that we're very close. And if you saw all those people that I just brought up, all those political people, boy, it seems like it's really starting to get get hot out there, doesn't it? Right? And David Clements said, once Trump gets control of the monetary, like we're seeing right now with the Pilgrim Society, the City of London, and of course the city, the Vatican City, and then the Washington D.C. Right? He's got control of Washington D.C. And now he's pushing back on those other two city states. Right? He wants to take them down, and he's going to. Right? We're moving that direction, and so all of these. Once Montana signs on, Alberta will provide as well. That's good. Yeah, Montana right there with Alberta. God, that would be so good, so good. I hope that happens. And then Saskatchewan will probably be next, and we'll probably see some other ones. I hope the Victoria. I think that's on the left coast, which is kind of leftist. I hope they go too, and to the good side, but there's a lot of liberals there, so I don't know. But that's a very, very beautiful area. I like all of Canada, right? So hopefully we'll see that. And Trump has teased that, Canada is part of the U.S. already. So maybe there's some kind of legal action that's going to happen. Who knows? We'll see. Again, it's the money. System is under control, and the use of money to buy and control people and so forth. We're going to see it, go the other way. Now, the money system also was part of, Epstein and P. Diddy and all these other criminals that were doing, manipulating people, children, women, whatever, men as well, and using them for dirt on, politicians and business leaders and so forth, and then using that against them. We're flipping that against them now, right? So that's what you just saw with Swalwell and Gonzalez. We're going to see a lot more. We're going to see a lot more because Epstein files, once they got released, once the Democrats demanded they get released, it's like, okay, you want them released? Okay, now it's going to get used against you, all right? It's perfect. It's perfect. All right. So Swalwell, Gonzalez announced resignations in wake of allegations, shaking up Congress. So it's not like it's, we get Swalwell's gone, so now we have an extra, Republican. No, we got Gonzalez, who's a corrupt, GOP guy. He's gone too. So this is just to show everybody it's not about a political party. It's about politics in general, right? The uniparty. It's all got to go, all of it, right? And we've been talking about that for a while too. I think that the whole political system is corrupt to a great extent. There's a few people in there that are not, but they're few and far between. All right, shaking up Congress. So here's that woman that you just saw. She's basically blowing it open. And I think her name is Lana Drewis. Emotional statement at Tuesday Beverly Hills news conference. Aligned, Eric Swalwell drugged her drink, choked, and raped her. So it goes deeper, right? So if you want to watch that video, she talks about how she was choked unconscious, I think, and then raped. So I guess he pushed the effects of the whatever intoxicant that he put on her, and that basically made it go to her brain. I don't know how that stuff works, but that maybe that's how they get it to activate even deeper. And so then now she's passed out, and he has her way with her. And there's many others. There's another 3 that have come forward, and they're in another conference call that I saw as well. So, yeah, they should clip him, right? And sorry about, the wife that's married to him. And I guess he's got children too. Jeez. That's, wow. All right. So California, they're already talking about it. California holds special election in August to replace Swalwell. Boy, they didn't waste any time on that one, did they? Right? They want to get their puppet in there as fast as they can. All right. So I don't know. Maybe they shouldn't be replaced. So this is Dr. Steve Turley. He's in agreement with me, and I'm in agreement with him that this is just the beginning.
He was on the House Intelligence Committee. He was one of the loudest, most sanctimonious voices in the Democrat Party, calling for accountability from everyone else. And this week, it all came crashing down.
This is so typical of the Democrat Party, calling racism, calling Nazism on the political right, when they are the ones that are the most egregious. And this is pretty much, the way communist takeovers happen. They just use, what they do, and they dime out the other side and scream and yell when they're the ones that are doing it.
Repulsive Eric Swalwell is officially gone, resigned from the United States Congress in total disgrace. But as it turns out, to the horror of congressional Democrats, Swalwell is just the beginning. Because what's been quietly building behind the scenes is a scandal wave so large, so wide, that it's even now threatening to reshape the entire House of Representatives. He was committing.
What are the chances that 3 or 4 women independently who never met each other would have similar experiences with one person? So either Ari.
So this is high and mighty right here. What are the chances that 3 or 4 women? So what are the chances that 3 or 4 women would, come out against you, Swalwell? Well, they're here.
This person committed these horrific acts, or he is the single unluckiest person in the world for these people to conspire and make up lies against him. But it's a very hard case to make, right, the more allegations that come in.
And even the counter example.
216. I was the 216th person to sign the Epstein petition to release all of the files and finally bring justice for these victims. So we're just 2 away. 2 more members sign it, and we are on our road to justice. I was proud to do it as a former prosecutor, as somebody who has spent my time in Congress working to stand up for the rights of victims. And now I'm calling on my Republican colleagues. It's not about red.
Yeah, so look at this high and mighty POS, right? After he drugged that poor woman. Unbelievable, guys. And there's 3 more. Who knows how many total there are? I would say there's probably a significant amount. This clown town should have his license revoked, right? He should not be able to drive around. And who's going to drive him around once he gets revoked? Probably it won't get revoked because California is corrupt. California is corrupt. They allowed this to happen for years and years.
To go into our communities in a way that no other law enforcement agency does, masked, and as I said, as a terrorizing bandit that women are afraid of, then the governor should revoke your driver license and really go on offense and restrict your ability to harm people.
So there you have it. It looks like Swalwell will himself be having to call Uber from now on, given that his.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Is that going to happen? Think California's going to do that? I don't know. I don't think so. All right. California is not the state you want to be, like the Beverly Hillbillies, right? California is a place you ought to be. So they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly Hills, that is, swimming pools and movie stars. All right. So no more. No mas. Everybody's leaving California now. Well, not everybody. Some of you are staying there. God help you, right? God help you. And so this is one of the things that we're trying to overcome, this corruption. It is an extremely corrupt state. It's so corrupt that they're exposing the fraud, and the lawmakers want to pass a bill that no one can come in and expose them for doing fraud. Literally, they're trying to pass that bill. Unbelievable, right? So God help you guys in California. God, you're going to need it. All right. So here is, I'm going to show you guys real quick what's going on with this beautiful silver price, right? So silver futures are rocking and rolling again. Right now you see silver is at 79.63. All right. So I think it's going to push up into 80 very soon, maybe this week, 80, 85. Who will see? All right, Bitcoin is dancing higher. All of the Magnificent Seven, except for Apple today, up much higher. Meta is like exploding higher because they're coming out with a new AI type of software or something. And NASDAQ was a big winner today. S&P was a big winner, up 2.2. NASDAQ up 1.8, which again is a lot less than what silver is up today. So because silver trading started again, you can't see it, but it was up well over 5% today, right? So, moving in the right direction. You're going to do well if you're in silver. You probably do well if you're still in crypto and the stock market. I've been saying we're going to see an all-time high. Now, on the other side of this, just like we saw in 2008, 2009 Great Recession, we saw housing prices collapsing, and that's what's happening. Rents, housing prices are collapsing. Some places 50% already, and almost everywhere, everything's coming down. Here in Incline Village, where I'm at, I'm watching prices come down. Not coming down fast enough for me, but they're coming down. It's going to happen. If you're in silver, you're going to make a mint in silver, and you're going to be able to take that mint and buy lots of homes, right, with cash, right? So, or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you'll put in some other stuff. I don't know. So it's up to you. All right, Schumann resonance. A couple nights ago, spiked massively. All right, and the next day there were earthquakes, and we felt them here. Right, the house was shaking, and we weren't making it shake. Earthquakes were making it shake. So I called out once I saw the, if you see that flower arrangement that's a little bit old now. So that flower arrangement was going, and I could see the ceiling doing this. And I got up out of my chair and I was like, Tracy, time to get out. And she was like, up. Before I could make it into the living room, she was already up from downstairs, and she was ready to go, and then it stopped. So that was a good thing. But it was pretty significant. We're seeing an uptick. We're seeing earthquake swarms like we saw yesterday in an area of Nevada, and I'm going to show you some of that. We're going to have some of the stuff on that is basically going to we have to be aware of this stuff. Have to be heads up. I've been predicting this stuff is going to really kick in this year. Hopefully not, but it's better to be aware and ready than just blow it off and think that everything's going to just be fine, right? Schumann resonance, like you see here, that's incredible. So normally it's up around here. It spiked massively on the 13th or the 12th. I think it was the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. And the next day, the 13th, which is yesterday, that's when we had the rock and roll, right? So definitely something we need to be aware of right now. Now, I'm going to show you a picture. Tracy took this before the earthquake, and we had a big snow here. We're making up for all of the snow that we didn't get. So we're getting, mid-March, because it can happen here. I've seen it, snow here in May. I've seen it snow here in June. But a good thing, we're getting much needed snow. And as you guys can see out the window, there's still a lot of it. So look at these icicles that Tracy took a video of. So this is on the second floor. Now, all of those ice, I have a picture of it, but I don't have it loaded. But all of those icicles, when it started shaking, they came rocking down, right? And splashed on the, I took a picture of it, but like I said, it's in my phone. I'm not going to put it up right here. Took too much time, right? we got to keep the show going. Ain't got time for this stuff. So anyway, all that stuff came rocking down, right? All those icicles were on the the deck. So crazy times. You need to be heads up. Like I said, been saying this for all this year, and whether it happens or not remains to be seen. I saw some other videos that were out where these earthquakes happen, which is not too far away from us. This is like east of Reno, and we're west of Reno. And so, I don't know, 70, maybe 70, 100 miles at the most away from us. And when we felt that, and it was like it calmed down, I got right on the USGS. It was listed initially at 5.5, and very rare do they up the intensity. I've been in a lot of earthquakes, just like, I've rocked and rolled in many of them, especially when I lived in San Diego for many years. The earthquakes, when they came, I went and saw it, and so I wanted to make sure it wasn't going to start to punch up, right? And they started to slowly go down. There was almost 50 of them. It was quite a swarm, and it was like it was pointing at us. And I think the energy, that's why we got it. And Truckee, which is even further away from us, got it. We're at about 8,000 feet where you see going out of the lake out there. The lake level is around 7. And it was pretty intense. It was a pretty intense shake. One of those shakes that, like I said, I've been in a lot of earthquakes. This was one where it's like, it's time to get out. It's time to get out of the house. All right. And I don't know if I've told you guys, but I saw a vision of this home shaking pretty substantially. Was that it? I don't know, but I hope that was it. But these are going to be times where you need to have a plan, and my plan is to try and get out to the garage and open the garage door before it gets locked from all the shaking and the power going out. And we have lots of stuff up there for survival, water and survival food and all that kind of stuff. So I just pile it in and just get out, right? Or get it away from, because this house is right alongside, it's on a mountainside, right? 3 levels. I'm sure the posts go deep, but just like I saw yesterday, this thing was shaking pretty good at the top here. So, and that was a long way away. So let's look at what Stefan Burns has to say. He's really on this stuff, and I like to go to him and see what his thoughts are. He thinks we might be moving into a more shaky environment.
Thankfully, it was not bigger. There is a big earthquake swarm that's now occurring as a result. So we see here in the map area, 44 earthquakes, and this is all just in the past 90 minutes, okay? So if you're watching this live stream on replay, we're covering this just within about an hour of this happening. So we had this magnitude 5.7, and then a lot of earthquakes popped off. We see that this 5.7 is the oldest earthquake in this sequence. 3.6 there, 3.3. If we look at the highest magnitude event.
All right, so you see how here is the 5.7 right here, and it just started going in this direction. I'm like, it's coming for us, but it didn't get any bigger. So the 5.7, then it went down in the 3s, and then 2s, and it started getting farther and farther apart. And I'm like, okay, we're good.
It's the 3.6, 3.4, 3.3 for the aftershocks. These are still coming in. Typically, you get an aftershock 1 magnitude less than the main shock for the strongest. So we could be looking at a mid-magnitude 4 earthquake within the next 2 hours.
All right, so you guys see out here, Juan de Fuca, there was another earthquake swarm like a couple days before. So we had this one, and then we had the one in Nevada. Now, what Stefan Burns is saying, if within the next day or so, it would be very concerning if we get a swarm in the Bay, San Francisco Bay, right? So that means we're getting bracketed for something much bigger, probably.
And this specifically is a transform plate boundary where you're having an active creation of oceanic crust here. And now it's not like we don't get these sort of earthquake swarms along these transform boundaries, these mid-ocean ridges, etc. But this one right here is the furthest south that earthquake activity has crept along this Juan de Fuca Pacific Plate boundary right in the zone since the 2020s. So this is the first time we've had earthquake activity in here for the 2020s, this specific zone right there. So that's notable. And you at first glance may think that they are unrelated. And they're not unrelated. At the most basic measure, they're connected together in time. And that may be all that it is, okay? It may just be that we're having a temporal clustering of seismicity for the continental United States and North American zone right here, right now, April 12th, April 13th, 2026. That could be it. But there are some geologic connections here. And you'd be surprised that there are connections between the Juan de Fuca Plate and Nevada. So we'll talk about that more. I'm not saying these are definitively linked in more ways than just temporally, but we will explore that idea. Is we see global seismic activity level. Let me turn myself off again. You see that we had this global seismic burst here to the live data tab. And this takes you to the Earth Analytics page where I have a variety of data feeds from different sources hosted. And so we see Schumann resonances, we see global seismic activity level. Let me turn myself off again. You see that we had this global seismic burst here back at the end of March, going through the very beginning of April. So it lasted about 2 weeks here. No, not even 2 weeks. It lasted about 10 days. And we very well may be going to into another global seismic burst soon because of space weather factors. So one thing that I look at for earthquake forecasting is, where is the activity right now? Violet light from the sun gets absorbed into the atmosphere of the Earth. So unless you're in space, you cannot see this. There's different ways of viewing the sun, sunspots and such on the surface, but you can specifically only see these angstrom views from space. Now, because we have these cameras in space, we are able to see more finely detailed structures and layers of the sun. Here we're looking at the solar corona. This is the outermost atmosphere of the sun. Many of you have heard me talk about this many times, so welcome back to class. But for those of you that are new, the sun has different layers. There is an outer layer. This is like the atmosphere of the sun, known as the corona. It's millions of degrees Kelvin. Kelvin is very similar to Celsius. So think millions of degrees Celsius, millions of degrees Fahrenheit, basically, right? Very, very hot. It's made up of plasma, the fourth state of matter. You have solids, liquids, gases, plasma. Well, what's that sequence? Solids are, all contained. The molecular structure is frozen, and there's a slight vibration to it, but not that much. Liquids, all of a sudden, these intermolecular or interatomic bonds, they can break, and now the things can move past each other. Think like water. H2O molecules are now moving past each other, only lightly bonded together via hydrogen bonds. That's special to water, some other compounds that have the dipoles to them. You heat that up some more, they can fly off from each other. Now you have gas molecules, and they basically repel each other, and they have less density and more energy. So you get this natural stratification of basically matter based off of its level of energy that it has. So solids are closer down, then you have liquids, then you have gases, and then you have plasma, because plasma takes a gas and ionizes it so much that it actually splits these molecules apart. So now you have particles flying around. So it's very, very energetic. we're looking at the outermost atmosphere of the sun, the corona, all these plasma particles, basically. Where it shows up black is where there is a deficiency in plasma. So there isn't any corona there. These are known as coronal holes. We see time and time again when there are large coronal holes on the Earth-facing side in the center to geo-effective position. So this zone right here, okay, when they are right there, we often see high magnitude earthquakes. There are a few ideas as to why.
All right. So that coronal hole is coming into Earth-centric relationship. And every time we get this, we usually have an uptick in earthquake activity. So that big coronal hole that's caused earthquakes in the past, so it rotates around, then we get a little break, and it comes back again, and then we get a significant uptick in earthquakes. We're already getting an uptick in earthquakes. So now we're going to get hit with this coronal hole, and there's a very great possibility that the juice from that is really going to make things get funky, right? So just be heads up. We just saw some serious activity here. I've been living on and off in this area for a long time, and I've never seen any earthquakes of that magnitude here. So, like I've said, things are going to start to uptick this year, right? So there's lots of things that are going on to cause that. Consciousness is actually a factor in this. The alignment of the planets, the planetary alignments, are also having a factor with this probable coming uptick in earthquake activity. So, and it's not going to be, I think, focused just in the Pacific Northwest. I think it's going to hit a lot of places throughout the world. So be heads up wherever you're at. I think the earthquake activity, volcanic activity, and unfortunately tsunami activity really gets a big uptick this year and into next year. I think it's going to get even more intense. All right, guys. You know the deal. Stay in love vibration. That gives you the intuition, insights, and so forth that you're going to need to get through earth changes, this collapse of the system. All things are probably going to collapse and go to something much greater. So will it be an easy transition? I don't think so. Right. So, we're looking at the way things have progressed in the past. People that are psychopaths like to hold on to their power, and they don't care who gets affected and how badly they're affected as they try and hold on to that power. We've seen this throughout time, right? Thousands of years. Okay, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the Iran conflict will heat up as I predicted, right? So we will see, I believe, at some point, boots on the ground, right? And it's just a matter of timing now. Lots of military transports have been, for the last several days, moving into the Middle East. Probably bombs and missiles and so forth are on those, and very possibly there's lots of military troops that are on those transport planes as well, going to get in position. So I don't think they're going to be like, I don't think it's going to happen Monday or next week. We still have a Marine Expeditionary Force that's moving into the area. It should be there sometime by the end of the week or maybe early part of next week. I don't know. It's going to be a matter of time. Now, like I said yesterday in my show, who's the only other person in history that has defeated Iran? And so only one only one in history. That was Alexander the Great. Now, how did he defeat them? He had superior military prowess that was basically much better than the Persians at the time, although the Persians, had massive armies and so forth. They controlled vast swaths of land. They outnumbered the Greeks on a massive scale. Right now, I think Iran has an army of IDF, not IDF, but IRGC of 1.5 million. And those are just some accounts that I've heard. So I don't think the U.S. has 1 million. I don't know. Maybe we do. But so, it seems to be no odds are against us. But the other thing that, and probably another major factor, the reason why Alexander the Great was successful is because the people of Persia at the time did not like their ruling class, right? Sound familiar? All right, so everything is lining up for this to be the second time in history that Persia basically defeated their army, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I think there's no other way around it. In fact, I think we're going into a global war against the deep state, right? And as I learned today, the Pilgrim Society. So the Pilgrim, of course, we had the Pilgrims come to America. They were good. And, they did good things. We've talked about them. And they, connected with the Indians and had a good old time. Thanksgiving and all that good stuff. But the English wanted to continue to rule America and have, for the most part, done so to a great extent. Like our military is basically controlled by City of London. Banking system is controlled by the City of London. The media is controlled by City of London. And who is in the Pilgrim Society? Tucker Carlson, and his father was in the Pilgrim Society as well. I'm going to show you a lot of people that are in Pilgrim Society. The Pilgrim Society, basically, which is based in City of London, England, has been controlling a lot of the world for a long time. They control China, they control Iran, they control a lot, guys. All right, so ultimately, that has to be taken down. So that's why I say there will be a global war, right? Because that has to be taken down. City of London has to be taken down. And I don't know how it gets taken down. I don't know if Russia takes it down, right? That if we being the United States aligns with Russia, defeats the Chinese, because we're basically butting heads against the Chinese because the Chinese are trying to get oil through the Middle East, and it's not working out so good for them because President Trump today said we're basically shutting down the everything. No, if we're not going to have a deal with Iran, then nobody is going through the Strait of Hormuz, right? So who is he targeting? He's targeting probably the only ships that have been able to get through, and that's Chinese flagged ships that have paid, so they say, $1 million. But we know that China has given the Iranians upwards of, I think last I heard was 300 or 450,000 missile systems and drones. It's like, how much does America have? Like 7,000. All right, so it's kind of lopsided there. All right, but again, just like with Alexander the Great, he had they were more advanced thanks to his father, Philip III. They were the most advanced military in the world at the time. And they had all of the Greeks, which is very rare, combine their armies. Of course, Alexander the Great defeated all of them, so they had to join him. And then he went over and defeated everybody. He defeated everybody. So until they poisoned him in Baghdad, right? Which is interesting because it gets to the point where did the Pilgrim stuff come from? It came from Babylon, right? Not far from Baghdad, Iraq. So Babylon, I went to Babylon when I was in that area around 2003, 2004-ish, when I was contract security to protect diplomats and so forth. So I got to travel to Babylon. And of course, not of course, but if you did not know it, Saddam Hussein believed he was the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar II, who, after he defeated Cyrus the Great's army on the walls, didn't really defeat them, but they tried to breach the walls, 85 foot thick walls, and they weren't successful. So they were partying, and that's like this scroll started right on the wall, the writings on the wall. So he called on Daniel, the prophet, the Israel, the Jewish prophet, to come in and decipher it because none of his guys could do it. So basically, paraphrasing, Daniel said, "You will be destroyed." And they all laughed about that and thought that was really funny. But while that was happening, Cyrus the Great had diverted the Euphrates River so that he could go under the wall, because the Euphrates River, they had like this gate that went deep down into the Euphrates River, so no one could go past those 85 foot or 85 thick walls and the big iron gates that were in the Euphrates. So Cyrus the Great basically diverted the flow of the Euphrates, went under the gated wall, and defeated Babylon, and of course gave the Jews back and helped them fund the second temple, right? The Solomon's temple. So it had been destroyed by the Babylonians, and the Jews were enslaved. Now this moves into the next phase, where the Silk Road basically was run by, because Nebuchadnezzar had he basically made people pay for money, right? So and that was against the laws of Judaism, and you couldn't charge for it was usury, so you couldn't charge for money, but Nebuchadnezzar did, and they did it for like 70 years, and then along the Silk Road, they had lots of people that were making sure they got their fair share. Taxation, the bankers made sure the bankers got money, and then there was a usury fee for borrowing money, which basically enslaved people, right? And it was never supposed to be that way. That was all the way back to Moses' time and so forth in the Bible. It was like a no-no, right? It was like demonic, Luciferian to, charge usury fees. Of course, that's what the banksters have done here in the United States, and we see how they went to England, right? From France to England, and that City of London started doing the usury fee, and that's what we have now. Federal Reserve, part of the Pilgrim Society, and of course, all the banksters that are part of the Federal Reserve, probably Pilgrim Society guys. So we'll talk about some of this, and like the blue shirt, FO, you Pilgrim Society people, right? So that's where we are. So Pilgrim Society is basically deep state. That is the deep state. And we're going to talk a little bit more detail about that. But that's basically give you an idea where this conversation is going. And at the end, I'll talk about Peter Ticklin, new Attorney General. Peter Ticklin, like I talked about yesterday, went to high school with Trump and went into that military academy and was like his sergeant of arms, and Trump was like the company commander, and so they worked together for a long time. So I'll talk about how Peter Ticklin plans to basically take down the deep state as Attorney General. So, and he's got everything outlined. So we'll talk about that. It's absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to have him on a show on Wednesday. David Clements is coming on tomorrow. So we got a heck of a lineup coming up for you guys. So, you want to stay tuned. All right. So let's look at, what's going on. The ceasefire is about ready to be over. We'll see how that's going to work out. But Trump, U.S. will blockade ships entering or leaving Strait of Hormuz.
On his social media platform early Sunday that the U.S. Navy will begin the process of blockading all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. That threat coming after a U.S. delegation led by Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, failed to reach an agreement with the Iranians to end the war during trilateral meetings in Islamabad.
The simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon.
Iran's lead negotiator blaming the failure of the talks on the U.S., saying the U.S. side failed to win Tehran's trust during the negotiations. The White House is demanding Iran turn over its stockpile of enriched uranium, end its ballistic missile program, and its support for terror groups, as well as threats to stop the free passage of ships in the critical Strait of Hormuz, where 1/5 of the global oil supply flows. The strait's closure has been impacting gas prices here at home. The gas index showing a 21% increase last month, the largest one-month jump since records began in 1967. In an interview with Fox News, the president was asked if he thinks gas prices will be lower by the midterms in November.
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer.
Meanwhile, despite no deal between the two sides, the president saying negotiations got friendly towards the end.
We got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me, that was the most important point by far.
Pakistani officials saying Sunday they hope to continue facilitating dialogue between the two sides. Marcus Moore.
All right. So they're going to continue to talk. All right. Is that going to be like the U.S. is just going to continue to build up arms and personnel for the coming strike? Maybe. So it will be very interesting, how this goes. Now, I can tell you right now, the markets do not like this. All right. So all the upside that you saw last week is going to go bye-bye. And you guys know what I say. If oil goes up, stocks go down. All right. So oil is up big pre-market. All right. Futures are showing a massive spike right now in oil. Will President Trump be able to talk it down? Will he have something to say that brings the price down? Or will it be, okay, I'm done talking. It's time to kick some ass. All right. So we'll see. As you see there, that's a heck of a spike up. And right now it's up almost $10. It's up well over $100 again, a barrel, 105 right now. Same thing with UK oil, up $9.06 also. So up over $100 a barrel. The precious metals don't like that, right? At some point, like I said, precious metals turn around and they blast higher, right? But right now, people are going to be selling. The only thing that's going to help them stay solvent, and that's precious metals, because that's real money. And you're seeing also the dollar index is spiking a little bit there. That puts pressure on precious metals as well. Crypto does not like this either. It's down significantly. So we'll see what's going to happen. The market futures are down bigly, right? And let's look at that. So right now they've been just like plunging. I looked at them a little bit earlier, and they're down a little bit, quite a bit more than when I looked earlier. All right. So right now, futures for the market are down, as you see here. Over 1%, 1.11% for the Dow, and NASDAQ down 1.33, and S&P's down 1.15. All right. Silver and gold down, crude oil up massively. Right? And crypto, like I said, not liking it at all. Right. So it's down. XRP is getting hammered. Everything's getting hammered crypto wise. Right. So we'll see, probably, unless President Trump comes out and does the smooth talker that he is, turns things around, we're going to see a plunge, a massive plunge in the stock market tomorrow. All right, so what is this going to lead to? Regardless of whether they turn the spigots back on tomorrow, the energy crunch is worse, like that one guy said. It's worse than it's ever been. Worse than it's ever been, going all the way back to the 1960s. So those of you that lived through or read about the 70s, I lived through it, where oil prices skyrocketed and stayed up for a long time. We had stagflation, stock market went down, stayed down for years. And during that time frame, it was like hardly any jobs were available for a young man like myself, 18-year-old. I was like, well, I always dreamed about going to the military and being a Navy SEAL. So here we go. So probably a good thing, because it turned out pretty good for me. Right. So what's going to happen to Europe? In America, not so much, because we produce more than we need as far as oil now. Even though Biden tried to destroy our oil industry, it didn't work out. Right. So Trump came back and it drill, baby, drill. And I think at some point we'll get together with those guys up in Canada that have all those oil reserves that Ottawa seems to be stealing from them and not giving it back to the people that, they're the ones that have it. It's their province. So I think there's going to be something worked out with them. We'll see how that works out. So Edmonton, Alberta. So looks like you guys are going to be in the groove again, but we'll see. It's tough out there right now as far as like the deep state. They're putting a lot of pressure on. So there's going to be some problems. It's snowing over there. Yes, your astute observation skills, right? So we got several feet, as you guys can see behind me. It is still snowing. So yes, still snowing in almost mid-spring. So we needed it, so it's good. Looks like build a snowman time. Yeah, so I played in the snow a lot. I'm just going to let it sit there and build up. It's not going to be that much. It'll melt in a few days. No biggie. All right. So what else? We have Monkey Works. So Monkey Works, as you guys, if you've watched him at all, if you're not, then he gives really good insights as far as, what's going on in the world. But first, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's listen to Survival Lily, right? Survival Lily. All right, Survival Lily brings up some good stuff. She lets us know what's going on in Europe. She cuts through the BS, and this is what's going on.
Again from Europe, and it doesn't look that great, actually. Beyond what we can imagine, Europe's coming energy crunch. With the war in Iran threatening to choke off energy flows for the foreseeable future, Europe is facing a supply shock that promises to cripple manufacturing, ground airlines, hike up the price of food, spike borrowing costs, and send inflation spiraling back to crisis levels. If the war drags on, it will place a burden on the European economies, says Christine Lagarde, the president of the European Central Bank, and warned in a recent interview that long-term effects are probably beyond what we can imagine at the moment. With almost all global suppliers at maximum capacity, European leaders are beginning to realize that the LNG supplies that they were counting on are not coming here as expected. It's not like we have a buffer. It's not like we have some security here. Europe will start to feel the pain this coming month, or possibly even in a few weeks. Why energy prices, oil and gas could still stay high in Europe even if the war in Iran ends. Europe may not yet breathe a sigh of relief due to long-lasting impact on energy supplies on which the bloc heavily relies. Even if peace is made tomorrow, still we will not go back to normal in the foreseeable future. Rising gas prices impact British and European energy bills via both the direct cost of gas and the increased cost to generate electricity through gas-fired power plants. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that actually about 30% of electricity in Germany, I believe, or in Austria, is coming from gas-fired power plants. So if the natural gas price is going up, the electricity price is going up as well. Europe begins energy rationing as the crisis moves into daily life. The European Union has begun urging citizens to work from home, drive less, reduce
to work from home. We're moving into the energy lockdowns, guys. It's coming.
Speed limits and cut overall energy consumption as part of an emergency response to the shock created in the Iran war. The language coming out of officials make it clear that this is not just temporary. European authorities are warning of a very serious situation with no immediate end in sight. Yeah, some people would also call it an energy lockdown. This will not...
Yes, an energy lockdown. It is coming. All right, so it's coming. Right? There's no way that we can get around that. They have planned this. Trump stepped in early to try and get control of it. That's my thoughts on it. So now let's look at some other things that are pretty much out there. That's very concerning. All right, so you guys know that Orban in Hungary, he was basically the stopgap for the European Union from pushing an extremism. He lost today. So this is a very, very bad sign for Europe because they're going to push a war with Russia, guys. When everything fails, they take you to war. They take you to war, right? Orban concedes. It was absolute landslide, historic Hungarian landslide. Now, did they come in and manipulate this? I believe they did. Orban was probably one of the last hopes for Europe to actually, survive, and it's gone now. So in a stunning collapse that ends 16 years of uninterrupted rule, Hungarian Prime Minister Orban conceded defeat in Sunday's parliamentary elections. So it was a massive defeat. So looks like they got 128 seats of the 199 seat National Assembly. So did the people really hate Orban that much, right? Or something else? The concession delivered as vote tallies continue to roll in. Did they have mail-in voting? With record 77.8% turnout, marks the first time in the post-communist era that Orban's Fidesz has lost control of parliament. It validates the dire warning Orban himself issued just days ago in his final campaign rally. We could now lose everything. So to Peter Magyar, the 43-year-old former Fidesz insider who rocked Tisza from fringe movement to projected governing force in under 2 years, hailed the movement as a turning point for Hungary. Yes, turning point probably for hell, right? So the result upends the European political landscape. Brussels truce, frozen European Union funds. So they were trying to put pressure on Orban. He wasn't having it. So now they're going to get 20 billion that they froze. That was Hungary's money. So they were. That's why I'm led to believe that they came in and hijacked this election. Hungary's systematic vetoes on Ukraine aid, migration policy, and rule of law mechanisms are likely to end. So Migration policy. So now Hungary is going to get flooded with migrants again. Rule of law mechanisms likely to end. Orban's pro-peace, Russia-friendly stance, including delays on sanctions and energy deals, will almost certainly be reversed. Populist right in free fall. This defeat delivers a body blow to Europe's nationalist movements. Marine Le Pen, Matteo Salvini, and Germany's AfD lose their strongest Central European anchor. Donald Trump's recent endorsement of Orban as a strong leader and J.D. Vance's pre-election Budapest visit now looked like backing the wrong horse. Well, they were backing the right horse, but the wrong horse is in there, in my opinion. Markets react, so they like it. All right, so this is a body blow for Europe, guys. And it's basically they're going to descend into extreme control by the deep state, right? So the deep state obviously came in and stole our election, and we have to be be very, very aware that they could possibly, hijack the midterms as well, right? So lots of things are going to start to transpire very quickly. There's going to be victories, and then, like we just saw there, very significant defeats, right? So what's going on in the Middle East? We're moving lots of equipment over there. So we got Monkey Works, all right? I don't know what happened to Monkey Works here. He's got the Mod Squad look going on. You guys remember the Mod Squad back in the late 60s and early 70s? It was a great show. I was sad when it went away. But that was the same time frame where they had Dark Shadows, Barnabas Collins, back when we had the the vampire guy. So that was back when we had soap operas that were very popular. Now you got, anytime you want to watch that stuff, you have access. So soap operas are no longer, now we got what those little mini series that are all over the place now. They're pretty cool. All right, so this is what's going on, guys. We're moving a lot of stuff over to the Middle East.
Let me show you something, though. I'm going to take you over here to the reach traffic, and I want you to see the last 4 days. Now, I will tell you the 4 days before that was just as intense. Okay, but notice right here, that's Fort Hood. That tells me that they are grabbing the airborne guys, right? They're flying them up here to Dover, then they're getting on flights and they're flying across. Notice the consolidation into the port area. That tells me too that they're bringing more equipment into the ports. And then you'll see just a huge spaghetti chain going right into Ramstein and then down into the Middle East. And of course, it doesn't show you, I'm not showing you where they're going in the Middle East. I'm just pointing out the fact that they're headed to the Middle East. Now, this one I thought was interesting. So, but I got to move this around, and I do apologize for that, folks. But this right here, these are your Camber flights, U.S. Transportation Command. The interesting thing, the last time we checked in, there was a bunch going into the Middle East. Now I see them all headed into Europe, but you'll notice that they're all kind of consolidating out of the United States. A lot of stuff coming out of Biggs, which is, that's going to be your RDs, missile defense guys. There's stuff coming out of Fort Hood, and then you see them a fair amount going across the drink. So what that tells me, just based on that, is we are backfilling into slots in Europe. Let me show you something, though. I'm going to take you over here.
So backfilling slots into Europe so that those guys can go down into the Middle East, right? So you have, from Fort Hood, you have, the paratroopers are basically heading over on a massive level, looks like. Massive numbers of flights have been going over for the last 4 days, right? So this is a buildup. And I've been calling this for a while because I've worked in the Middle East for decades, and I know these savages, like I call them, right? Now, the good thing, like I said, most of Iran is very good people like you and I, all right? whether they're Muslim, Christian, it doesn't matter, but the sect does matter. So I've told you the Shiite are the ones that they're violent and they lie and they steal and they kill. So they're perfect deep state puppets, right? So these are the ones we have to look after and look out for. They're the ones that are, causing the problems. Once their funding is slashed, stopped, and the ones that are in charge there in Iran, which they will go bye-bye, all right? The people just need a little bit of help. I think what's going to happen is the paratroopers probably will come into different provinces. I think there's like 27, maybe a lot more. But the ones that are pro, taking down their leadership, kind of like with Alexander the Great, this was what happened with him. He came in and once he defeated the armies, it was victory, right? Like I've seen in a lot of places when U.S. military, when I was involved with U.S. military in Panama, for one example, we were in the streets of, after we defeated Noriega's troops, they were not elected either. And the people came out and cheered us on the streets. It was like a victory parade, like something out of Europe. It was pretty cool. So we'll see that. And as we come in with our equipment and with our paratroopers or however they get started, Marines, whatever, they will come into these provinces where the people are ready to revolt. They just need a little help, right? So I think we'll see dominoes throughout Persia, because it's got to go back to Persia. It's got to go back to Persia, right? This Iran bullshit, it's got to go bye-bye, right? So the people of Persia will be back. It'll be beautiful. I don't know who's going to lead them. I thought it might be the former Shah's son, but that remains to be seen. It's up to the people, and we shouldn't pick who's going to be the leader. No puppets on our side, right? The only thing we need to see is someone that's just not going to do evil, like the current Shiite control system. All right. So now weaponry, U.S. weaponry, is on another level. Now, you guys that may have watched my last two shows where I was like kind of hinting, and then I was a little bit more forceful yesterday. You need to wake the hell up and realize that President Trump is bringing back the good side of, the space race and space, going back to the moon. And eventually he even says we're going to Mars. President Trump said that, right? So I think we need President Trump for another 4 years. What do you guys think, right? Now there's a movement of people that are ready to throw down a lot of money and make sure that laws or craziness gets changed and allows him to do another 4 years. He's probably going to need another 4 years to defeat the deep state finally. So that's what I'm starting to think is going to happen. All right, so we'll see. We'll see if he wants to do that. I mean, he's getting up in age. He's 79, and Peter Ticklin, who's I hope after you listen to what I'm going to talk about as far as his points of why he wants to be Attorney General, his old buddy from high school and the military academy. I think that he would have a major impact. But again, you need time to go in and change all this stuff. Now, when we have Professor Clements on tomorrow, he will talk about how we move towards military tribunals, right? I heard him give a presentation, at the Bond Gate that I went to, and we'll talk about how you guys can come to the next, show, which is the Fraud Gate, which basically goes into the election and all the different things that are a problem right now. Our taxes and Everything is fraud beyond belief, right? Property taxes, everything, complete fraud, needs to be replaced, needs to be taken away, right? So I think we're moving that direction. All right, so weaponry. So weaponry is decided for the most part by the Pilgrim Society, the deep state, right? And our City of London. Now, you've heard Juan O'Savin come on and say it's all about the City of London. We're in the Second Revolutionary War. Kind of never ended, guys, right? War of 1812, and they're constantly coming in and infiltrating. One of those was Rothschild's central banking, Federal Reserve. And then we had, we had Civil War, all these different things. This is all part of Pilgrim Society, and it's like a poke in our eye because the Pilgrims were great, but they made the Pilgrim Society, which is absolute opposite, right? So just keep that in mind as I talk about the Pilgrim Society, right? So what is the Pilgrim Society saying about our weaponry? Now, I talked about yesterday also in the space and how we're going back to where space is positive this time. And I see a lot of people seeing all kinds of negative stuff. There's always negative, guys. There's always going to be negative. And until we clean it up, right? Until we clean it up. F around and find out, right? So until we clean it up, there's going to be negative. But when we clean it up, there will be no more. All right. So dimensionally, 5D, we're moving that direction. Golden age, no more wars. All right. But we have to focus on the right things. So they've come in and they've compromised us on a lot of different levels. So the Apollo missions were real. Yes, there were some anomalies and some manipulations are in there. There's manipulations everywhere, right? But for the most part, that was real. The manipulations where they hid, that the moon is hollow and there's beings that are inside the moon. Some, military secret space program guys, right? I remember training there in a secret space program. And on the outside is a created casing, right? And this casing can be organically created. Like it looks like, rock, thick rock and so forth. But that can be created. And we're going to see some of this right now. This is, I believe, some of the back engineered stuff that I was talking about Bob Lazar yesterday. Bob Lazar, S4 is, the Groom Lake, Area 51. He was part of, for 6 months, he worked on a program where he saw they were back engineering what looked like alien aircraft, right? And it's not unidentified. They know what it is. We should start calling it not UFOs, but IFOs, identified flying objects. We know if they're ours or if they're not, right? It's all BS. It's all part of the conditioning of everyone's mind that we don't know what they are, bullshit, right? And this is part of what when truth comes in, then we can collapse their system of control and manipulation. All right, so let's look at this. We're going to look at, how they plan technologies, where the technologies are at. We are extremely advanced, guys.
Up with ceramics, or it comes up with interesting alloys, which of course is a French word for friends, where two different metals can join together and share properties. That has always been at the cutting edge. You needed to keep these really secret alloys very secret, and for your defense contractors, because you could go higher and faster and hotter.
That's interesting too, because it's a nickel super alloy. We mentioned Tritonol was actually nickel and titanium.
Right.
And this just happens to be another nickel super alloy. And actually, it freed the U.S. from having to purchase Russian rocket engines because now it could go inside of the engines. And like Simon mentioned,
now they're talking about 9 unidentified, flying object scientists, right? Disappear from secret reverse engineering programs. So this is the deep state activity that's going on. We have good people out there doing good work and working for the good side, and the deep state's coming in and hijacking stuff still.
Matters. Like the hotter you can take, the faster your jet engines can go, the faster your rockets can go.
Rockets. Yeah.
So material science is huge, in warfare. Look, the F-22, the F-35, just the material that it's made out of, the B-2, the stealth material is super secret. You're not allowed to go up to any of these aircraft. So
if you see that movie or you see some of the stuff that Bob Lazar, I highly recommend S4, the Bob Lazar story, right? You got to watch it so you understand. So it's on Amazon. Buy it, all right? So you're going to want to watch it over and over again. So in there, you're going to see this spacecraft that has composites that are phenomenal. And now I've been seeing on some of like the B-2 and some of these other stealth aircraft, I'm seeing those composites, right? So they back engineered them. It took them a while, but they back engineered them, I believe, and they're being very, very secret with it.
It's not just the shape of them. It's also the materials are very important. And just think of all the things we make. I mentioned computers, the silicone is extremely important. Lasers, how do you actually make lasers? If you just look at our targeting pods, the glass on the targeting pod is actually a see-through aluminum, essentially. That's a crystal. Right. They actually grow that as a crystal.
They grow that as a crystal, right? So some of these objects in space were grown, right? Like the shell of the moon that's protecting what's inside, right? Because you see the moon is pockmarked with craters from, being hammered, but everybody inside safe, right? 3i Atlas, another one that I believe is grown, from crystals and so forth. And then they take those craft and they grow the crystal stuff around a craft and then they fly it.
And the turbine blades on the F-22, the reason it's able to go so fast and so high is they actually grow the turbine blades as a crystal,
right?
And it's able to just take incredible heat. So that's how they're able to produce just better aircraft. We can fly faster, fly higher. We can shoot better lasers. We can see in the dark. We can be stealth. The U.S. does have a huge advantage in technology. And this is all due to our knowledge of reality, right?
Now, when I was in the military as a young Navy SEAL, we were still using all the technologies from World War II and the Vietnam War. Very outdated. And then in the early 80s, then everything started to change rapidly. So this is where all of the back-end engineered stuff started to come to us from these UFO, IFO, all right, different projects. And, there were little whispers of that. But as, time goes on, we're starting to see, all of us are starting to see, this is a reality, right? We do have the capabilities of doing this. Now they're going to start to go into what happened. And this is something that they've had technology for a long time as well. What happened in Venezuela? Why all those guys, just like, were bleeding from, their orifices and dropped to their knees and were completely useless as fighters.
Comes from material science. Pretty much everything comes from materials in some manner. How you produce your electronics, how you receive your electronics, how you hide all your aircraft. So materials are huge. And like Simon said, that's probably the main reason none of this is allowed out. It's not just for the social ramifications or us learning that the government, could have been lying to us for decades. I think we found that out in many other ways.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to
absolutely.
an advantage, losing your advantage. As soon as your adversaries know about this, now they can reverse engineer it. China is very good at reverse engineering everything we make. As soon as you don't want to show your hand, as soon as you show your hand to China, they're going to copy your hand. So, I think that's very interesting.
And we just got word.
Definitely.
A new report about the type of technology that we're using on the battlefield in Iran. Of course, we saw what happened, what the U.S. was using in Venezuela, but that was really like 30-year-old technology that was finally revealed. And it was revealed from the White House podium that, yes, we have these technologies. But now a new report, I'm just going to show this. This is being reported about what they've been equipping on Black Hawk
helicopters. But one of the most dangerous electronic warfare comes from the disc-shaped objects attached to this Black Hawk helicopter.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a soft kill microwave technology that's being fired at. And so basically it's fired at ground troops from a distance, and it basically melts their brain inside of their head. This high-powered microwave devices with this front.
All right. So as you guys can see, the technology is super advanced. In the first, was it the first? No, the second Gulf War, where we came in and like 100 hours, we defeated the Iraqi troops and drove them out of Kuwait and drove them through the desert and have them running back to Iraq. And there was a long line. This is when the A-10 Warthog really came into visibility as far as an incredible piece of aircraft. They basically it was a line of death for the Iraqis as they were trying to escape from Kuwait, and the Warthogs just basically ate them up as they tried to. They were stealing cars from Kuwaitis, probably BMWs and I don't know Lamborghinis, but maybe, and because they're there, I've seen them. Wow. So they Mercedes, whatever they had, they were just stealing the cars and just getting the heck out. And there was it's a long road from Kuwait to Iraq, the first city in Iraq. And that road was just a road of death, right? So now inside of our form, that's a glutathione. That's a LifeWave glutathione, activates my glutathione, right? So it's good for your health. Good, keeps you healthy, right? So it's they had technology, and it wasn't revealed for a long time, but they had technology. All of the Iraqi troops that were in foxholes and so forth, that they were thinking they were going to have a real hard time, getting them out of those foxholes. They used sound frequencies on those Iraqi troops, and drove them crazy, drove them out of the foxholes, had them surrendering like crazy. So, once you reveal these technologies, like they were saying, then the enemy is going to back engineer it. And so that's one of the reasons why, they've kept the space program and some of these technologies to themselves. In fact, in that movie with Bob Lazar, he said when he first came in, there were some Russians that were there, and they were, working together on some of the technologies. And then they discovered something very valuable, and they sent the Russians out. It's like, time for you guys to go. All right. And they'd obviously discovered something that was going to give us an edge. So they sent them packing. Of course, the Russians have edges because they have, back engineered some, UFO type technologies too. Probably some positive, groups are working with them. And this is This, guys, is why I believe, because the deep state basically was the ones that took down the Russian Tsar. So Lenin was in a gulag, all right, a prison in, Russia, because he was trying to foment a rebellion, revolution. And so after he was done, they sent him to, Siberia. He was there for a few years, and then he escaped. And he ended up in England. And he was there creating the group that would come in and basically take down the Tsar and turn Russia into it was horrible for Russia, guys. Russians thought it was the end of the world for them. All right. We're not going to see the end of the world. We're going to see the beginning of a new world. And Russia, I think, is going to help us get there. So the Tsar's family, Lenin and those guys came in and said, look, stop fighting. And we're just going to let you guys, we're going to give you safe passage to Europe, and you guys can live out the rest of your lives. You're just not going to do it here. Right. And so they're like, okay. And so they're waiting in the palace. And then, of course, these people are horrible. Right. So we cannot deal with them. The only way they understand is the pointy end of a gun, right? And then they'll make a deal. So Iran has been making deals. It's like, but like I said, I told you guys, they're just stalling for time. They're just stalling for time, and we're stalling for time too. So we're, as you guys saw, we're seeing a lot of stuff over there, right? And kind of keeping it quiet, but Mod Squad boy just like gave it up. Funny. Good job, Monkey Works, keeping us informed. But you know what he said is he doesn't give away too much information. I'm the same way. All right, the Pilgrim Society. All right, let's talk a little bit about it. Now, there is a book. I saw Ann Vandersteel with this one gentleman. And the way I found out about it is Dr. Arden contacted us, contacted Tracy, got a message from him because I was talking about the Pilgrim Society. And I was like, what is this Pilgrim Society? I asked, and he heard me ask about that. So he's like, watch this. So thank you, Dr. Arden. So this is Michael T. McKibben. So this woman right here, Lillian Scott Troy, she unmasked the British Pilgrims Society plan to annex America. This is unbelievable, right? Unfriggin' believable. So let me share the screen so you can see this book. But hopefully I can have this gentleman on and we can discuss because it's quite substantial. And you can go see him, like I said, with Ann Vandersteel. She did an interview with him. So unbelievable stuff. And let's see if I can go through this a little bit. So this is the Kindle version. All right, unmasking a sinister plot to steal America's soul. She is probably one of the greatest heroes ever, right? So, and she's, until today, I had no idea. I didn't even know who she was. But I can tell you, this puts together so many pieces of the puzzle, guys. So many pieces of the puzzle. And I'm a historian, dude, right? I love history. I've studied history my whole life. I go deep down the rabbit holes in this stuff, and it's substantial. Now, Lillian, so this is back in 1912, published expose of their 24-step strategy, later cemented in the Congressional record in 1940 by Congressman Dr. Jacob Thorkelson, Montana, unveiled a ruthless plot to erode American independence through media censorship, financial leverage, political alliances, and social engineering. This is back in 1912. they had this 24-step plan, and she revealed it. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? She dubbed the Benedict Arnold Society, including Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, Paul Warburg, Elihu Root, and John D. Rockefeller, as Pilgrim Society traitors to America, like Benedict Arnold was during the Revolution. All right, so this is, I've read through some of this. I've gone down so many rabbit holes with this information, guys. It's absolutely stunning. Stunning, right? So hopefully we can get this gentleman on. So I'd like to ask him lots of questions because I love history. And he is, wow, he blows it up. He's like, everything Ann asked him, he's like, took it down a huge rabbit hole. I'm like, holy smokes. So I'd stop it. I'd listen to it for a couple minutes, and then I'd do like an hour of research. I was like, what? Unbelievable. So it's really incredible. So from her interview of him, she wrote what they went into. His research traces the development of Babylonian-style debt banking, taxation systems, and merchant banking networks through history and into the modern financial centers of power. So the Silk Road, from China all the way up into Europe, it was basically, like I said in the earlier part, it was run by the Khazarians, right? And they had another name for them, and he talks about that. And then they changed their name, and they became the Ashkenazi Jews. And he goes into how they, in their, what do they call it? What do the Jews call their Bible? The first part of it, I can't remember now. But anyway, during the time they were in Babylon, they took on the Babylonian ways of usury and taxation, and they weren't Jews. A lot of these people that were working on the Silk Road, but everybody was like, they thought the Jews were worthy and good people and so forth. So they're like, oh yeah, we're Jews. But they weren't. And they came from all these different cultures, and they ran the Silk Road, and they basically, were taking money from people, usury and taxation, all kind of crazy stuff. Kind of what Iran's trying to do, right? Same bullshit people, guys. Even though the Muslims, especially the Shiite, they claim they hate Jews. Jews were in Persia for a long time. They got along, and that's one of the reasons why Israel wants to hammer Iran, because they're all buds for a long time, and then the Shia came in and ruined it, right? So that's a little bit of history. Anyway, the Ashkenazi, Jews, we talked about them, and of course, they made their way to England eventually, and once they got to England, they got into the banking system. And then there was a king that came along, Edward I. He was the first English king to expel the Jews. King Edward I and the expulsion of the Jews, and because they were doing the usury stuff. And he basically kicked them out, said, take what you got on you and get out. We're going to seize everything else. Right? So they were gone for a long time, for a very long time. So he kicked him out in November 1st, 1290. And then it basically, when Oliver Cromwell came back, City of London, he brought the Jews back. Yes, in 1656. So then the Jews came back into the City of London, and now we have this problem throughout the world, guys, right? Now, why did, there's all kinds of stories of why King Edward I kicked the Jews out. They talk about how they were like, all kind of crazy stuff. Sounds really weird, right? Unless you guys know about, the stuff that these guys do at that level. All right. So now, of course, they're not the the regular Jews. So this is where it gets all convoluted. And you have regular Jews just like you have regular Christians. And then you have the Ashkenazi, who used to be, the Khazarians, and they changed their name, right? So it's like so convoluted that everybody just gets so confused. They're just like, I don't care, So that's where they're at. That's how they've been able to get in and infiltrate and do the crazy stuff they do, right? All right, so now I think that President Trump is acting like he's working with them, right? Because he's got to at this point, and he's using them to basically destroy the deep state, which is, the Shia, right? So I don't know. We'll see. All right, so so in this book, they talk about the origins of global merchant banking, like I'm telling you, all the way back to Babylonian times. And then the financial power of the City of London. And financial power of the City of London is controlling the world, pretty much. The Pilgrim Society and transatlantic elite networks. The Balfour Declaration and British Zionism. Now we have Christian Zionism here in America, where Christian groups are really gaga over the Jews. And so it's Christian Zionism is another problem. So they talk about all these things, how banking, intelligence, right? CIA, MI6, and of course, Mossad are all part of the Pilgrim Society. Banking, of course, City of London, and then, of course, the Federal Reserve, all part of, this Pilgrim Society stuff, deep state. And then media power. As we know, the media is corrupt. And that's one of the things, remember, right from the beginning, Trump went after the media. So he went after the Khazarian Mafia media, right? So, the Pilgrim Society, we'll have to call it that. Because that's kind of confusing when you go into the Khazarian Jews, because then they can use that against you. And I've seen, Scott McKay got ate up because he talked about Khazarian Jews one time, and went all the way up to the top of the Pilgrim Society media. All right, and he was supposed to speak at an event at Donald Trump's what was it in Florida? There was a place he's got there. I can't remember the name of it, but I went there. He's like, Mike, you got to come to one of these events. I was like, nah. He's like, that'll be good. And you're gonna be speaking there? Yeah, I'm speaking there. So I'm like, okay, I'll come because you're there. And so I went there, and Donald Trump's son, Don Jr., basically asked, because Scott was blowing up on the internet because he was talking about Khazarian Jews. He said, could you not come because everybody's in an uproar about that. So like, wow. So then I was committed, and I was like, shit. So I went there, and I just got to see how those people are in that group. But anyway, why the financial system still revolves around debt, war, and control. All right. So it was a very interesting interview. And like I said, he was talking about several different things. And I was like going down so many different rabbit holes, like I just showed you guys, where, they kicked out the Jews, and then they came back, with, William the Conqueror started it, I guess. He came in and, brought them in and started the City of London. That was William the Conqueror, but that was 1066 when they first came in, and then they were basically expelled. Like, was 1066? It was almost less than 100 years later. Edward I came in and basically said, "Nah, you guys are out of here. You're bad." Right. So now when they came back, they basically it was King. What was it? What was the king that was beheaded when they came back in? They brought the Jews back in, so they got their revenge. Was it Henry? Was it King Henry? So Scottish king. Let me pull it up real quick. last king beheaded in England. Maybe the only one. I don't know. Charles I. All right. So Charles I executed on January 30th, 1649. So, and the people are like, you know, when, you know, they had a civil war, and they're like, you know, these guys that replaced our kings, they're a lot worse. So there was kind of like a fight. The Scottish came in because Charles I and then his son Charles II came in and you know, just kicked some ass with the Scottish army, and they regained control, and then they got it hijacked again, and like, so the British monarchy is not so good. All right, we know that. All right, so the Pilgrim Society. Let's look at the Pilgrims. All right, so there was an article that I pulled up. So like I said, I did some research. There's probably some better ones, but I'm just going to display this one. So for whatever reason, it doesn't give me the whole thing. It says, meet British Pilgrim Society president, and then they talk about different people that are part of it. And boom, breaking news, proof. Tucker Carlson is a British Pilgrim Society member with his father since at least 2004. So now we know why he and all these other people that were posing as MAGA, you know, are attacking Trump. So the newly discovered also has, along with it, so Henry Kissinger, yeah, that makes sense, right? Caspar Weinberger, okay. Henry Luce III, Paul Volcker, Malcolm Forbes, Walter Cronkite, Alexander Haig, Arthur Schlesinger, George Shultz. So, wow. So here we go. Richard Carlson, Voice of America, CIA, and Tucker Carlson. So they're on the list. All right. They found a secret list. All right. So it all ties together. It all makes sense. You know, the deep state, Pilgrim Society, and how they have influenced the media, you know, the banking system, and the intelligence agencies. Right? It was all part of their gig, all part of what they planned. And another thing they planned way back, and before 1921, when it was revealed, back in the 1800s, late 1800s, they had all these things outlined, what they were going to do to regain control of America. And one of them was bioweapons. Ooh. And where do the bioweapons come from? China. And so who controls China? That's the City of London. All right. City of London controls China, guys. All right. Remember how they had for like 99-year lease, what was that little island? And that's right, China. You know what I'm talking about. I gotta think. I've been to it too. What's the little island that was right off the coast of China that the British had? Holy smokes, I can't believe it. It's Hong Kong. Thank you. Hong Kong. Not Taiwan, no. That's Chinese. Spiritual journey. Thank you very much. All right. So Hong Kong. And I've been to Hong Kong. I got a bunch of stuff there. When I was in the military, I was at underwater demolition team. And so we went to Australia, went up to Malacca, straight to Malacca, and we stopped in Singapore. Oh, beautiful. Everything's beautiful. We went up the coast of Somalia, Marines did landings off the coast of Somalia. Tons of sharks in the water. Oh my God. Wow. And so fortunately, they're like, we're cool with you. You swim pretty good. We like you. Right? So all of us SEALs in the water. We flew in a helicopter after 2 days where we're like in the water almost all, in the night, 2 nights in the water. And then during the day, we're in the water. And then we get in a helicopter and we fly back to the ship. And the water is like filled with huge sharks. I was like, oh my God. So, fortunately, they're like, I don't know, maybe they're like, we're kindred with us, like seals, they don't mess with seals. Crazy times. All right. So, now Somalia, and did all that and went to Hong Kong. Hong Kong was beautiful. It's like at the time, it was like a shopping mecca. All right. It was amazing. You could shop, you could get anything there for cheap. It was amazing. And then, stupid England, of course, that's a British society group, basically gave it back. And they probably had that all along. And then the people of Hong Kong suffered, right? Because the Chinese communists came in and just like went and just hammered them. Right? So bye-bye freedoms. Wow. So they basically have control of, all of that now. The people don't like them, or do they? I don't know. Right? So maybe we can make a deal with the people. It's like, you want to overthrow your government too? Look, see what we're doing with Iran. You want to do that too? Maybe that's how it goes down, guys. I don't know. So we'll see. All right. So now this woman that basically exposed, she was dealing with, and the reason why it didn't get more traction is because the guy that she was dealing with, he was a very high up, and they called him W.T. Steed at the time, back in the late 1800s, and the early 1900s. He was like, he turned so many different things around in British society. He was what journalists should be, right? And he helped get people in power. I try to do all these things too. But he had a lot of influence, right? I don't have as many people influence, I guess. I don't know. But he had a lot of influence, and he was able to turn around a lot of things in British society that were very, very corrupt, right? I could go into it, but it would take too long. I would say, read up on some of this stuff. So he wrote a book, and I got the book, and I've been reading it. So The Truth About Russia. And this is how I found out that basically, because I always kind of suspected, but once I read his information, Russia was basically the peacekeeper at the time, because they were powerful, of Europe. And then Britain didn't like that, right? Because they like war, right? And who do they use for their war making? Who do they used to? That would be the United States, right? Because that's the Pilgrim Society has come in and infiltrated. You saw those names I was naming. Alexander Haig used to be, what was it, 3 or 4 star generals, whatever. And so there's lots of, and of course, Pete Hegseth has been firing, generals left and right all over the place. So the deep state, getting rid of the deep state. And once you get rid of them, unless they go to prison, they're going to get out and they're going to do some bullshit, right? So, and I've been seeing some of these guys. I was like, God, I work with that guy, and I thought he was cool. So, admirals and stuff. And I was like, it's a deep state bastardo. I said, wow. So, they're being exposed, they're being taken down, but it's a process. And we haven't started the military tribunals. And like I said, we'll get some insights on how that progresses when we have Professor David Clements come on tomorrow, right? Hopefully go into that. I think he will. He's an amazing guy. He's one of the most amazing guys I've ever listened to. So I'm so happy that he says he's going to come on. So and it'll be a real treat for all of you guys. You're going to love him if you haven't seen him yet. So incredible stuff that's being revealed, right? There's so much more to come, and I'm looking forward to helping bring this forward. So W.T. Steed, so he was coming over to basically expose the Pilgrim Society with this woman, and what do you think happened? The Titanic sank with him on board. Yeah. And it also sank with all the people that were going to resist the Federal Reserve coming in, right? Which is the Pilgrim Society's, main thing through the Rothschilds and so forth. So crazy stuff. Like I said, they'll take one guy. They crash airplanes, crash trains, just to get one guy, right? But of course, there were several guys they got. All right, so Fraud Fighter Summit is coming up. Let's make sure the screen. I've had this in my description box for a while. You can find it there. It's 15 through 17 June at the Ahern Hotel in Las Vegas. Bond fraud, government waste and corruption, election fraud, which allows all the other frauds, healthcare scams, and more. As the Trump administration delivers real accountability, we may have, there will be some amazing speakers, but we may have Vice President Vance there, or he may come in on Zoom, or he may, make a statement that will play. So all of us are trying to get President Vance involved in this as well, because it's obviously monumental. Now, this is what's happening with the Fraud Fighter. This is, I think it was like $350 to sign up for this. Definitely worth it. Now look at the schedule and all the food. I can tell you the Ahern food is phenomenal. All right, so it looks like they're going to get the speakers coming soon as far as the list. And 15 June. So 16:30 dinner, that's 4:30, dinner buffet set up, and then 1700 meet and greet, Hawaiian fusion buffet dinner. All right, like I said, these guys put on some exceptional food, and then you're going to network with people and socialize, and this is a lot of fun. You're going to meet some amazing people with this. All right, 16 June, 7:30 breakfast buffet setup. 8 o'clock, full breakfast buffet on the main floor. Everything's great. And then they have an opening with a prayer, pledge of allegiance, and presentation start. And then lunch buffet will be Taste of Italy. Presentation resumes after lunch break and for the rest of the day. And then the dinner buffet is set up. So you're going to get fed. And they don't have a great gym there. So there's only 3 pieces of equipment to do aerobics on. So if you drive your own car, you rent a car or whatever, there's lots of gyms around Las Vegas, lots of great gyms. So we went and worked out at gym. We'll be working out at the gym. So Taste of the South dinner buffet. Dinner buffet concludes, and then they're working, socializing, and then the same thing the next day on the 17th. Full breakfast buffet, then open prayer and Mexican fiesta lunch buffet. Presentations resume. And then the main 3-day Fraud Fighter Summit concludes at 4 o'clock. But it goes on a little bit more if you want to stay for some more. So there's a deep dive into tabulator vulnerabilities. This is the voting stuff. Qualitative methods and modeling, best suited for those with prior knowledge of tabulator vulnerabilities, who are comfortable engaging with mathematical concepts such as statistical sampling, anomaly detection, or probabilistic risk assessment. So I will be there for that one. And then there's a dinner buffet set up, Napa Valley Retreat. And then there will be the mathematical briefing on manipulation on election tabulators. All right. So that's the schedule for that. It's going to be fantastic. I'm signed up for it. I will be there. Hopefully see a lot of you guys there. Now I'm going to go into who I think our next Attorney General should be. All right. I talked about him last night. So Tracy just told me she's already talking to him. So it looks like he's confirmed. So that's good. So esteemed attorney Peter Ticktin. I've been calling him Ticklin. I guess I was thinking about being tickled or something, but it's Ticktin, throws his hat in the ring to become the next Attorney General of the United States. So it talks about his background. He's got a great background. Of course, they tried to take him down. But this is what I want you guys to see. He talks about major crimes. He says, in any event, the reason that we need me, Peter, to get in there to assume the office is the need to get to the bottom of the insurrection, which is against Donald Trump, possibly even bringing extreme judges, former AUSUs, and what was ASU? Assistant United States Attorneys. And they got a lot of them there in DC, but they have them all over the country. In fact, they have, let me see, what's the number? As of 2022, and it's been constantly going up, they have 6,300 of these assistant United States attorneys. So they're career civil servant lawyers. Of course, they don't have to go a whole career, but some of them do. In the United States Department of Justice, who serves under the United States Attorney for a federal judicial district. AUSAs represent the U.S. federal government in civil and appellate litigation and in federal criminal prosecutions. So that's what that means, AUSAs. And others to justice and to end the over-policing of businesses and entrepreneurs where minor transgressions have been treated as major crimes. So he's talking about if he's appointed, he's going to put these on a short leash. Election interference. So he goes into detail about how it's been Dominion, foreign and domestic. He names names. He says Eric Comer down to individuals in different states, such as Jenna Griswold, Colorado Secretary of State, who admits wiping hard drives clean and overriding on them, which is a clear violation of federal law. She did this in 62 counties in Colorado, and no one cares. Even though she pushed to put Tina Peters in prison for doing what she did, and is still pushing for that as she runs for the Attorney General of Colorado. Wow. Criminal wants to go to a higher level. We know the identity of ballot box stuffers, and says we have deep state actors who were involved in planning to break windows and enter the Capitol on J6. They plotted long before the election. We know who they are and have them on videotapes. We need to determine who manipulated the voter rolls. Immediately investigate the manipulation of the elections in the 3 states, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Texas, where the primaries occurred this year. So I've been saying that Texas, absolutely fraud, right? And so they know it. They got the info on it. And looks like if he gets in there, he's going to, start to hammer this guys. Weaponization is not the wrongful pursuit of crimes committed by those protected by fame or politics, but rather the wrongful targeting of those individuals and then looking for a crime, or worse, inventing a crime, as they did with Donald Trump. So they weaponize the justice system and come after innocent people, like the J6ers and Donald Trump. It is a two-edged sword. It needs to be cleaned up. And so he talks about, how he's going to get, people in President Trump's circle, go after, the people that went after them. Meanwhile, we have criminals who have committed serious crimes, such as the sale of influence by Hunter Biden, the theft of untold millions by the Clinton Foundation and its owners from Haiti funds alone. So, wow. So this is incredible. The fact that Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff, and Letitia James are not charged for their mortgage crimes is disturbing, at least. Sounds like this guy's going to be a good Attorney General if he gets in there, guys. Then he says, restart the weaponization department, probably with Ed Martin. Wow. Ed Martin, that guy is a stud, right? He would be amazing. And fund it well. I was at an event where Ed Martin spoke, and afterwards people were like coming up to me thinking I was Ed Martin. It's pretty funny. All right. So clear victims of targeting carefully by dismissing cases and recommending pardons for victims of the following: parents who attended and complained to boards of education, police who were charged with excessive force, if appropriate, so be directed to larger criminal activity. So get these people moving in the right direction, such as the investigations needed regarding election fraud. So the ones that are like sitting on their fingers up their butts, their thumbs up their butts, they need to get on this election fraud and the weaponization which has occurred. All right. Implement the Office of Legislative Affairs. Make recommendations to Congress to enhance the administration of justice. This includes seeking legislation with improvements in transparency. All right, so 13 more. 13, much more. So there's this guy's he's going to be amazing if he gets in office. He definitely needs to be in office. So there's your man, Peter Tickton. And like I said, we're going to have him on Wednesday. He's going to go into detail. Hopefully, we'll get him to the other influencers after he does a show with us. I think we get him, Nino and Scott and who knows who else, because Tucker Carlson's is a no-go now, right? And I hope Tucker Carlson's audience comes to us, right? So, and all these other criminals, Alex Jones, all those people that, still have an audience. Of course, they'll probably keep that audience, a lot of those audience, because they don't know. They don't know what they don't know. But at this point, they should be aware that these guys are part of the Pilgrim Society, right? Okay, guys. Lots of love. Let me get that out of the way so you can see my face. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
All right, folks, as promised, I said I was going to do a 10-question rapid fire with Juan. Let's see if Juan can do this. Let's see if there's any glitches, any problems with the internet. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can accomplish this. First of all, Juanito, I want to ask you a question from me. This is a question from me to start this off.
Okay.
Podcasters like Alex Jones and Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. Now that Trump's called them out, I've always said that podcasters would be activated for such a time as now. Are these podcasters being activated, or do they really believe what they believe? They're not. Are they compromised or not?
Oh, I don't know that they're compromised. I just think that they're going with trends that seem to make sense. Let me just say this real quick. I actually personally was a little bit concerned on the, for example, the Sandy Hook thing. I understand the judgment, the whole schmear, but I looked at that pretty closely back at the time, and I'm pretty comfortable that Sandy Hook is a problem. I don't think we've heard the end of it. It's 9/11-ish, okay? We got sold a bill of goods. But that doesn't change the fact that, these are people that have gone unhinged. We're in a time of war. Excuse me. You don't do that.
Well, they're doubling down.
Kind of situation. Yeah, I know.
They're doubling down right now. Alex Jones is defending his position. They're all doubling down, tripling down.
Yeah, look, is there a problem with the Charlie Kirk thing? Absolutely.
Number 2, when is the EBS?
Well, that's about as dumb as it comes, okay? If we all knew the schedule, then it'd be like the attack at Pearl Harbor, as Trump said, a little surprise. Come on, man.
But he put out the reset's coming.
Okay. Oh, reset is a whole different thing. Reset in what area? Is it going to be a medical reset? Is it going to be the food reset? Is it going to be a power system reset? The cell phones that need to be reset because they're weaponized? Is it going to be the financial reset. Just saying, he's not clarifying. We have multiple things that have to be reset, that are going to be reset. In the broadest sense, resetting the way that we have to constantly be chased around with terrorism and going to the next conflict and war and surprise and everything else, taking it out at the roots. That's like really smart. And Iran is, at the center of much of that. So, excuse me, the reset can mean different things in different places. Give me a fucking break.
Charlie Kirk assassination, real or fake?
I don't think that we have good answers on that. And I don't think that, I certainly wouldn't say that that's done.
Is the Q operation real?
Of course, anybody that asks, is it real or not, why don't you go take a powder and wait for the reset, and we'll reevaluate for you. Come on, give me a break. On the technical side, every single post can be deciphered with numerical meaning and precision and the pacing, etc. A lot of that stuff could only be done if you have access to extremely important computers within the way that stuff gets posted on the internet to get things down to the second. Even the biggest companies without locations within the pipeline can't do that. It wasn't done from grandma's basement, okay? That's as simple as that. You don't like what was said, you don't understand it. Okay, well, relax. You're going to get a chance to understand it. If there's going to be a lot of people by the time it's all over. They still have that glazed over look in their eyes. But I don't understand. But and there's a place for them. Go join the Flat Earth Society, and you'll feel right at home. Come on.
Wow, you got my next question. Okay? Well, then I'll switch it since you just answered that. Antarctica. Ice
It's
wall.
a cult. It's a cult. I'm sorry. The Flat Earth thing. A Satanist got paid just under $500,000 for 2 years that we know of, and there may be many more, to use the Flat Earth storyline in order to map the suggestible nodes within the Patriot community. Okay? People that would then pass on other stuff. They mapped using that. It's like pinging, looking for an oil field with big thumpers.
You told me who did it. Can we say who it is? Can we?
Yeah. Michael Aquino. Yeah,
Michael Aquino's the one.
Department of Defense. Yeah, who got money?
Is he like the modern day Aleister Crowley?
He would say that that's probably true. Yes.
Wow. All right. Let's get to the next one.
And he wants to match Aleister Crowley on some very horrific things, and some of the allies of his. He's on another whatever. You got to wonder when they say that kind of stuff, and then it turns out it's not true, and they've been talking to him the whole time. Very, very disturbing. But anyway, I don't want to dive into that too far.
All right. Okay. Let's get to the next one. Or do you want to answer that? Pass.
As long as someone's in your heart and mind, they're never dead.
Okay. Epstein. Is it true there will be no prosecutions for the Epstein files?
Now, who's the dumbass saying that?
Diana Brookers. Books.
Diana, come on, man.
Diane Brooks.
Dan or Diana?
Diane.
Okay, Diane, listen. We aren't done. We're far from done. Obviously, we can't prosecute Epstein. Ghislaine's in jail. Of course, there's prosecutions happening. The stuff that you're looking for is tied into things that are so big, you probably haven't even considered it yet. Okay? And unfortunately, that kind of stuff has to be, properly handled. So there's stuff into the banking that almost hasn't been touched so far with the people involved on the Epstein stuff that Epstein was brokering. So take a breath. Of course, we're pursuing this as best as possible. Bondi asked the FBI for all this evidence. They didn't even give it to her. Found hidden rooms at the FBI in Washington, D.C. and found more evidence. somebody at the FBI was hiding it. We only located that from the burn bags at the FBI office. There is so much more coming.
Will Trump's new attorney general finally basically drop the hammer? Are they going to serve out indictments?
Well, I think that's the whole point. Why did Trump have to put Bondi in there in the first place? Because Congress would not have approved some of the people that Trump wanted to put in as the attorney general. Why? Because they would have done stuff Trump wanted to do, which was far more severe. So he had to put an intermediate player in there just to get through Congress at the beginning of this term. Same thing with Cash. I got to answer the question. Take a second. The reality is, whoever comes in next, I told you, Nino, from day one that she was not going to be a permanent. She was just to buy time.
You
Somebody else,
absolutely, you
whoever
100%
the next
did.
one
You
is,
100% did.
we'll be having 1,000 times more opportunity to go to the wall because we're coming into a different environment. You want to talk about reset? It's across the board, including how the Justice Department works. Okay? So, hold on and be careful. All the stuff that you're wishing for, I don't want to hear one complaint from anybody that's asking those kind of questions. Are we going to see anything? When it goes so fast and you have hundreds of indictments in days and weeks, don't complain that it's going too fast. They can't keep up. We don't know. Bullshit.
The next one. Since Trump is putting his signature on the dollar, will the currency shift be apparent by the 4th of July? Would Trump really put his name on fiat paper turds?
Rome was not built in a day. And by the way, the whole monetary system with the Federal Reserve stuff and all, it's all built on a Roman model. In fact, the treasury in Rome was at the Temple of Saturn. These are Saturnists that are running this global financial system. It's too long of a story for here, but the short version is that, by the way, they put all their little codes and symbols, owls and frogs and numbers and all sorts of things, the shapes and everything. The dollar has so many occult symbols that are imprinted on it so that you carry their occult magic in your pocket. It's magic for them because it makes them, wealthy. And starting to force them to have Trump's signature on their stuff to cancel out their bullshit is kind of a joke. It's kind of fun.
When is the necessary scare event? And why have a necessary scare event? So why even have one, and when is it?
Snake bite. When's he going to get you? There's a snake loose in the room. When's he going to get you? Give me a break.
Good point.
It's going to be when it is. I mean, I'm sorry. There's stuff that's not date driven. It's sequence driven. We cannot really effectively have all the attention come back when we get into the arrests until these things across the globe are reeled in so they can't be used to pull our attention other places.
How will the military process the over 600,000 federal sealed indictments?
Well, again, it's probably not just that those indictments are 600,000. There's several million names in those indictments. Many of the indictments have the same names on multiple indictments. So, but at the end of the day, you're talking millions, and there's so many different areas that it covers. When we get into that, what it does is it allows for us to move quickly. But a lot of those indictments will be updated. So, for example, in the election stuff, even though we had stuff back in 2015, 16, 17, there's other stuff that updates fresh and new that has not been served, and the indictments don't time out, that are still in the federal court system all across the country, 54 federal courts.
Will Obama be the first arrest?
No.
Okay.
The first arrest, Podesta has some serious problems. Brennan has some serious problems. You see either of them get arrested, you know that they didn't do what they did by themselves. Many others were involved. So because of the way Brennan's been conducting himself and where he's hanging out, there may be a few extra twists in that one.
All right, when is Watch the Water going to happen?
Well, again, putting a date on certain things is a misunderstanding. We have checkpoints, choke points that we have to get through, and so we're closing on some of those now. And I would say we're on, pretty good on the timing. But I think it's better to view all of these things not looking for a date or timing by a date calendar, but by checkpoints. We haven't dealt with Cuba yet, so a lot of this won't happen until we have Cuba resolved. Also, it's a critical thing. And then there's really kind of two parallel things here. There's the Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and similar country type stuff, and then there's stuff in the markets. At the end of the day, it's City of London. It's the Wall Street crowd, which includes other markets around the world, such as the Nikkei and things like that. And then it's the military's been getting cleaned out, gutted out of some of these, problem children.
Rapid fire, last question. Is Israel really going to be saved for last?
Well, I think you see that happening right now. Again, there's so many angles to this. The largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C., the Israeli lobbying group. Oh, okay, but hold on, before you get all amped up. Second largest lobbying group, Saudi Arabia. And then if you add all of the Arab nations, the OPEC group, into either of those equations, they, outnumber the amount of money that's spent in lobbying Washington, D.C. like 3-1 over the Israeli lobby. So, but why I even raise that? Because Israel's being used as a stumbling block to take us to this third world war that many of the cults, especially the Masonic cult and Albert Pike, have a wet dream about causing the world to go into, to cause the three world religions, Abrahamic religions, which is the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians, to fight each other. They all claim the same father, back to Father Abraham, Father of the Faithful. Their vision, this satanic vision, is to get the three half brothers fighting each other, and then they step into the gap after we beat each other's brains in. So at the end of the day, the fight is on, because remember, Israel was created through the Balfour Declaration, and that crowd that's taken over the Palestine area and doing the return of the faithful to Israel, a lot of these are very good people. But for everybody in the audience, don't interrupt me, this is very important. If you've ever been conned by somebody, they're your best friend, they have the greatest idea, they will, oh, brother, sister, everything else. And right up until you get the slap in the face, okay? This situation there in Israel, getting the particular political crowd in there. Remember, the Brits were behind all of that shit. And their whole thing is divide and conquer. They're using that as a stumbling block to the world to create endless conflict, especially at the heart of the region, which is the energy supplier to the world. So why even the timing of Israel at that time in that region? Because it's the energy supply point. That's where the spigot gets turned on. The world runs on energy. George W. Bush said, after 9/11, we're in a endless war against terrorism that has no end. Okay, well, we're putting an end to it. Come May 17th, for the 49 days up to July 4th, the 50th, the Jubilee Day starts on July 5th. I believe that we're probably going to skate through most of these things. If you're looking for a time period where most of this drama actually starts to amp up, I believe it's after that. The president, God himself,
After the prayer.
wants us to have
Hold on,
a
that's important.
moment. It's crucial.
May 17th is the prayer. So after that, shit's gonna get real.
That's right. And by the way, and it's why I did a coin here just the other day concerning the astronauts. In the midst of all of this and every question that your people have, let me just say something. For the young people, I mean kids, 13, 14, even 8, 9, into their early 20s. When you talk about all this shit that we just talked about, and it's going to happen this, it's going to be in that, and all that, that's very terrorizing. You're just getting started. You don't even understand everything. You're talking all that bullshit. You're scaring the living bejesus out of all these kids, and they don't have the lifetime of understanding. It's crucial. The kids need us not talking shit every second. Where's their future? Where's their hope? That's why we just went up and didn't do a fake. We did a real flyby on the moon. We're going out to pick up where we left off, where we didn't get stuff done before, and provide through all of these other things that we're doing as a people, as a country, a moment where these kids actually have a future to look forward to. And they're supposed to get to dream the dream that many of us had when I was growing up in the 50s and 60s.
All right, Juanito.
Give it back to them that was taken away from us. They need that in order to be able to have a sense of hope about what's coming.
But the first moon landing was fake.
Didn't go the way it was purported, though. It's true.
All right, Juanito. Thank you for joining me. We did it. We accomplished it. Still a little longer than I thought, but this is good enough. Stay with me 1 second.
Constitutional Republic, common law restored, U.S. Inc., maritime law dissolved, gold asset-backed global currency reset activated in 209 countries. 63 banks functioning on fiat currency have collapsed. $517 billion lost. Trump's global military alliance in a worldwide takedown of the satanic cabal, including rescuing thousands of children from deep state underground tunnels. Trump Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations. With gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery, Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income tax tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April the 7th, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished, prosperity funds launched for we the people. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Sunday, April 12, 2026, start of new financial era, and Saturday, April 18, 2026, possible. Friday, April 10, 2026, breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developed behind the scenes, could be announced by official notification at any time. Nasara Dasara QFS system on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates, but because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The Quantum Ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiability. Transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful. A fully offline, error-free, quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away, so make sure your notifications are turned on. EBS activation. Friday, April 10th. When the EBS activates, do not be afraid. Be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18th, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message, your phone, your television, your computer, all of them simultaneously. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane, not for an earthquake, for the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you, all of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour, but you will not panic because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel, every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular, every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you, and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Friday, April 10th, 2026 update. Get ready for military Jassara Nassara emergency broadcast system. EBS, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The world stands on the precipice of a dramatic shift. Whispered tales of a seismic event have culminated into a potent revelation. The military's training for the emergency broadcast system is set to unveil decades of veiled truths and obscured realities. The countdown to this unveiling marks the climax of human history as Jassara and Nassara come to fruition. This is the dress rehearsal for the grand revelation. The time has come to be in the know with precision. The event requires extensive testing and review of every detail. The complexity of revealing the truth globally means strict adherence to protocols. Everyone will be safely placed in their homes to witness the historical moment through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and review of all activities. Implications on national and global levels demand perfect alignment. This is the practice run to seek responses and accuracy for the changes that will transform humanity. The schedule is firm, but be ready to adjust. Only select few know the exact timing for security. The EBS will air an 8-hour presentation, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days of communication darkness. During this time, 7 trumpets, EBS text messages will alert patriots to tune in. Phones will only work for emergencies, and the military encrypted signal app, internet, and ATMs will be offline. Afterward, a new quantum internet connects. Stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, water, cash, and essentials. Prepare kits and plans as urged. Generators and supplies are recommended for the Great Awakening. Starlink's internet arrives by month end. Coordinating teams are revamping the EBS for utmost security. Remain patient. No interference is allowed. No panic, as it is the release of suppressed truth. After the 10 days of blackout and presentations, life changes forever. The life support of old evil systems is pulled. Humanity moves to quantum reality of peace and prosperity. End of enslavement, old systems dismantled and replaced. New gold-backed USN currency brings freedom. Alert loved ones now to absorb the shock. The unseen battle between deep state and white hats rages. Deep state puppet masters face defeat. White hats wage war from within to restore freedom. Martial law protects during transition. Stay calm when EBS activates. The second revolution is underway. Great Awakening accelerates. Global collapsing with mass arrests and quantum system activating. White hats in control. President Trump leads to deliver Jassara Nassara benefits, debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and healing tech. Prepare for revelation shaking the world. EBS guides to light. And Jassara Nassara unlock prosperity and peace. Share to wake the masses. Future bright for patriots. Global Currency Reset, Thursday, April 9th, 2026, and Thursday, April 9th for Bruce the Big Call. The Big Call Universe. A person working with the Redemption Center was told to stay not, go out of state, and stay up to 17 days after exchanges start. A source said Tier 4B notification were pending for Tuesday, April 14th, but Wednesday the 15th was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday, April 14th or Wednesday, April 15th with exchanges, Wednesday, April 15th or Thursday, April 16th. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 14th, 15th, 16th of April. Last Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who have to sign an NDA. There were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich, and the Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday, April 11th and Wednesday, April 15th. Friday, April 10th, U.S. Treasury holdings, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through the U.S. Treasury since 2018. It is stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. Internal documents link these holdings to the ISO 20022 transition framework. Global Military Alliance, Friday, April 10th. Earth Alliance war active now. U.S. military raids, global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech, Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Right now, the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East, repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the Alliance intensified tunnel clearances. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nassara Jassara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls stargates, and Iran Ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the Dark Fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals, but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully to set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings. Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White Hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here, and the deep state is finished forever. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, April 10th. Trump victory. Strait of Hormuz opens after ceasefire as global alliance crushes cabal and prepares EBS activation. 107 on Telegram. The Strait of Hormuz is now fully open. Iran's deputy foreign minister declared the critical waterway secure and ready for safe passage of vessels. Reopening it was President Donald J. Trump's key demand in the ceasefire, marking a massive win against deep state warmongers pushing for endless conflict. The truce remains fragile, with some early disputes over Lebanon, but Vice President J.D. Vance leads negotiations confidently. He called the initial choppiness normal in any ceasefire. Lasting peace talks begin this weekend in Pakistan. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. With the U.S. corporation dissolved, President Trump restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the global military alliance, he authorized the final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal worldwide. Worldwide EBS activation approaches with martial law, 10 to 12 day lockdowns, and mass arrests of elite child traffickers and traitors. Truth will flood every screen exposing their crimes against humanity. White Hat special forces heroically wrest finance and wars for centuries to impose their one world order. Their dark empire ends now. The global currency reset has activated across 209 nations with gold-backed currencies. Nasara and Jassara deliver debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and the end of fiat debt slavery. The quantum financial system comes online fully. Friday, April 10th, 2026, a hacker group calling itself Anonymous for Justice says it hacked Israeli databases, laboratories, and weapons schematics. The Hidden Truth on Telegram. The group also published large files containing documents and photos, claiming they belong to Israeli officers and scientists. The scientists were working on technologies so sophisticated that the world had never witnessed their like before. Inside the compromised Mossad database, you can also find detailed agendas outlining projected global scenarios for the next 50 years, including wars, economic crises, and strategic tools designed to shape world events.
Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm. Trump springs the ultimate trap on Iran as fake mega traders fall for the deception and shocking emergency broadcast. In a powerful emergency broadcast on April 10, 2026, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm broke down the stunning developments as President Trump executes a masterful plan against the Iranian regime. The stock market is exploding upward in approval of his peace initiatives, with massive gains yesterday and more expected tomorrow as shorts get squeezed hard. Silver and gold are surging, pointing to even greater prosperity ahead under his leadership. Trump, the unparalleled deal-maker, has forced Iran to the negotiating table for the first time in nearly 5 decades. With IRGC leadership taken out, the regime is fracturing into dozens of rival groups that cannot coordinate effectively. While a peaceful deal remains possible, the path may lead to decisive ground action, potentially launching from strategic positions in Iraq, where American might stands ready to strike swiftly. The broadcast exposed how infiltrators within the MAGA movement are revealing their true allegiances. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have launched vicious attacks on President Trump, going full opposition despite his incredible accomplishments. These individuals, long suspected of being planted to sow division, are now showing their colors as the Great Awakening accelerates. Critical thinking patriots are rejecting their lies and standing stronger than ever with Trump. Sheila Holm provided crucial insights into the taqiyya, the Islamic doctrine commanding Muslims to deceive non-believers in order to advance jihad in Islam. This explains the constant betrayals and false narratives pushed by regime elements and their supporters embedded in America. Statistics are staggering, with Muslims responsible for over 90% of terror acts worldwide since 9/11's. and zakat funds openly supporting terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban, dangerous offspring of Iranian regime leaders who enjoyed luxury lives in places like Los Angeles and Texas while their people suffered, are now being rounded up by ICE and deported en masse. Their psychopathic behaviors, including stalking, abuse, and threats, and confirm they are every bit as dangerous as their relatives abroad. America is purging these threats, refusing to allow them to turn a nation into a slave state under Sharia control. Drawing deep biblical parallels, President Trump embodies the spirit of King Cyrus, who historically liberated Persia and freed captives. Persians, many of whom are secret believers forced to outwardly conform, are seeing hope for freedom. Historic peace agreements, including between Armenia and Azerbaijan, signal the breaking of ancient cycles of conflict. Divine timing with Passover and resurrection themes in early April underscores the spiritual battle reaching its climax. Signs of providence continue to manifest as the deep state crumbles globally. Top generals and officials are being removed in China and other nations, exposing interconnected networks that once seemed untouchable. Military operations demonstrate precision and overwhelming success, rescuing assets while minimizing risks despite leaks by traitors now facing justice. Millennium Trump boldly declared that the Jeffrey Epstein nightmare must end today, calling out the full network of enablers and demanding congressional action. The elite sick operations are being dismantled, and full exposure is imminent. Meanwhile, Congress proves utterly useless, failing basic duties as states step up independently to secure elections and borders.
What we think we know as of Saturday, April 11th, 2026. Friday, April 10th, 2026. The Clintons had full control over the contracts for anyone getting involved in the Haitian recovery efforts. These efforts also included Haitian elections. The Clintons implemented Smartmatic into Haitian politics after the 2010 earthquake. This is the beginning of the global operation to install these manipulative backdoor implemented electronic voting machines worldwide to steal elections and install the candidate of their choice. This is the election fraud cartel, and it's inside. Friday, April 10th, 2026. Bombshell alert. Governor Ron DeSantis warns alliance with UK at risk. They've changed their country. We cannot follow. A shock statement that hits the core of the transatlantic alliance. Friday, April the 10th, 2026, the FBI caught staging J6, a secret 2020 war game. Shows 274 undercover agents rehearsed mass prosecutions of patriots months before it happened. This was a deep state setup to frame Americans to bury the stolen election. This is treason. Charlie Ward and Friends on Telegram. Friday, April 10th, 2026, Trump, Iran, and NATO. And we have a link. Now they're begging to talk. Glenn Beck's dream. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future? And Friday, April 10th, JAG arrests Obama's Secretary of Energy, who sold us nuclear secrets to China. Sold U.S. Well, we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Illuminati members list in 2013: Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, Cypress Hill, Chris Brown, Drake, Celine Dion, Halle Berry, Eminem, Rick Boss, TB, Joshua, Charlie Boy, Tonto, DK, Davido, WizKid, P-Square Twins, Britney Spears, Aaliyah, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce Knowles, Alicia Keys, David Bowie, Madonna, Paris Hilton, Barack Obama, Aretha Franklin, Bob Marley, Angelina Jolie, Jim Carrey, Bob Dylan, David Bowie, late Michael Jackson, who eventually turned against them, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Marilyn Manson, Lady Gaga, Lil Wayne, late Tupac Shakur, who death, Nas, Rihanna, P. Diddy, Wiz Khalifa, late Whitney Houston killed after she turns against them, T-Pain, Kim Kardashian, and other popular music stars not mentioned here. Famous people who are alleged member of the Illuminati, both past and present: William F. Buckley Jr., George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Al Gore, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Lyndon B. Johnson, Ted Kennedy, Henry Kissinger, Mikhail Gorbachev, Guy de Rothschild, John D. Rockefeller, Mary Astor, Clifford DuPont, Andrew Mellon, W. Mellon, Dick Cheney, Robert Colin Boyd, Chris Christopherson, Boxcar Willie, Bob Hope, Elizabeth II, Queen of Great Britain, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, Charles, Prince of Wales, Prince Andrew, Duke of York, Princess Anne, Duchess of Calabria, Winston Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, Alan Greenspan, Ben Bernanke. Keep in mind that while most of the people on the above list are believed to be members of the Illuminati, some of them are alleged members.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, in order to be successful in helping to save the children, and in turn, save ourselves and our freedoms, we need to understand who we are dealing with. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future? Long ago President Trump, like Glenn Beck, was asked by the Q Alliance to take on the overwhelming task of literally fighting Satan and his minions, and now was on the brink of success. As of April 2026, Trump has restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the global military alliance, Trump authorized the worldwide final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal while dissolving the corrupt U.S. corporation. On Wednesday, 1st of April, 2026, a massive global financial disruption was created when the digital global currency reset activated. The rollout of gold/asset-backed currency that traded at a 1-to-1 to each other immediately strengthened 209 countries' financial structure. As the quantum financial system came online, Nizar and Jazar delivered debt forgiveness, prosperity funds and the end of fiat debt slavery across the world. At the same time, the worldwide financial change put pressure across global markets, especially on banking institutions which had been functioning off of fiat currency. Banks not asset-backed in their currency were automatically closed. One of the biggest advantages of the new global financial system was bringing to light the government in Washington, D.C. that had become a sewer of corruption enriched from politicians laundering taxpayers' money into their own pockets. A possible timing: on Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations with gold-backed currencies, ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launched for We the People. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Sunday, April 12, 2026, start of new financial era. On Saturday, April 18, 2026, possible EBS broadcast. See Friday, April 10, 2026 breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. Nizar and Jazara QFS system on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum-secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access Wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates, but because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The Quantum Ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiable transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful. A fully offline, error-free quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away, so make sure your notifications are turned on. EBS activation, Friday, April 10, 2026. When the EBS activates, do not be afraid, be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message. Your phone, your television, your computer. All of them, simultaneously, Mr. Pool on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane. Not for an earthquake. For the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those WHO claim to protect it. The technology that was stolen from you. The financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour. But you will not panic. Because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel. Every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular. Every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one WHO says, I told you. And now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Friday, April 10, 2026 update. Get ready for military Jazar and Nizar Emergency Broadcasting System, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. The world stands on the precipice of a dramatic shift. Whispered tales of a seismic event have culminated into a potent revelation. The military's training for the Emergency Broadcasting System, EBS, is set to unveil decades of veiled truths and obscured realities. The countdown to this unveiling marks the climax of human history as Jazar and Nizar come to fruition. This is the dress rehearsal for the grand revelation. The time has come to be in the know with precision. The event requires extensive testing and review of every detail. The complexity of revealing the truth globally means strict adherence to protocols. Everyone will be safely placed in their homes to witness the historical moment through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and review of all activities. Implications on national and global levels demand perfect alignment. This is the practice run to see responses and accuracy for the changes that will transform humanity. The schedule is firm, but be ready to adjust. Only select few know the exact timing for security. The EBS will air an 8-hour presentation replaying 3 times a day for 10 days of communication darkness. During this time, 7 trumpets EBS text messages will alert patriots to tune in. Phones will only work for emergencies and the military encrypted Signal app. Internet and ATMs will be offline. Afterward, a new quantum internet connects. Stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, water, cash and essentials. Prepare kits and plans as urged. Generators and supplies are recommended for the Great Awakening. Starlink Internet arrives by month end. Coordinating teams are revamping the EBS for utmost security. Remain patient, no interference is allowed. No panic, as it is the release of suppressed truth. After the 10 days of blackout and presentations, life changes forever. The life support of old evil systems is pulled. Humanity moves to quantum reality of peace and prosperity. End of enslavement. Old systems dismantled and replaced. New gold-backed USN currency brings freedom. Alert loved ones now to absorb the shock. The unseen battle between Deep State and White Hats rages. Deep State puppet masters face defeat. White Hats wage war from within to restore freedom. Martial law protects during transition. Stay calm when EBS activates. The second revolution is underway. Great Awakening accelerates. Cabal collapsing with mass arrests and quantum system activating. White Hats in control. President Trump leads to deliver Jazar and Nizar benefits, debt forgiveness. Prepare for revelations shaking the world. EBS guides to light. Jazar and Nizar unlock prosperity and peace. Share to wake masses. Future bright for patriots. Thursday, April 9, 2026. Bruce, the big call. A person working with a redemption center was told to not go out of state and stay up to 17 days after exchanges started. A source said Tier 4B, Us, the Internet Group, notification were pending for Tuesday, 14th of April, but Wednesday 15th of April was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday, 14th of April or Wednesday 15th of April with exchanges Wednesday 15th of April or Thursday 16th of April. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday. 14, 15, 16th of April. Last Tuesday, 7th of April at midnight the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who have to sign an NDA. There were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich and the Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday 11th of April and Wednesday 15th of April. Friday, April 10, 2026 U.S. Treasury holdings, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through the U.S. Treasury since 2018. It is stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. Internal documents link these holdings to the ISO 20022 transition framework. Global Military Alliance, G. Friday, April 10, 2026, Earth Alliance swore active now. U.S. military raids global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech, Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Right now the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner Earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the alliance intensified tunnel clearances connected to trafficking and illegal arms. Strikes hit sites in over 100 countries targeting trafficking, bioweapons, and energy grids. Quantum-free energy technologies are recovered as labs come under White Hat control, heading toward public deployment to end scarcity. Tribunals process cabal elites in real time, spotting clones with advanced scans. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nizara/Jazara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls Stargates, and Iran ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the Dark Fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully, set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings. Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White Hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here and the deep state is finished forever. Guru Information and Intel H. Friday, April 10, 2026 Trump victory, Strait of Hormuz opens after ceasefire as Global Alliance crushes cabal and prepares EBS activation, 107 on Telegram. The Strait of Hormuz is now fully open. Iran's deputy foreign minister declared the critical waterway secure and ready for safe passage of vessels. Reopening it was President Donald J. Trump's key demand in the ceasefire, marking a massive win against deep state warmongers pushing for endless conflict. The truce remains fragile with some early disputes over Lebanon, but Vice President J.D. Vance leads negotiations confidently. He called the initial choppiness normal in any ceasefire. Lasting peace talks begin this weekend in Pakistan. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. With the U.S. corporation dissolved, President Trump restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the global military alliance, he authorized the final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal worldwide. Worldwide EBS activation approaches with martial law, 10 to 12-day lockdowns, and mass arrests of elite child traffickers and traitors. Truth will flood every screen exposing their crimes against humanity. White Hat Special Forces heroically rescue thousands of tortured children from deep state underground military bases. Recent operations freed victims from Nevada facilities linked to Area 51 and Ecuadorian cartel compounds. Adrenochrome harvesting networks connected to Hollywood elites are being obliterated. Stock up on food and essentials. Pray fervently. The Great Awakening accelerates unstoppable. After the communication darkness, the golden age of freedom and justice begins. Trust the plan. Q is real. The children are being saved daily. We the people are victorious. Friday, April 10, 2026. A hacker group calling itself Anonymous for Justice says it hacked Israeli databases, laboratories, and weapons schematics, the hidden truth on Telegram. The group also published large files containing documents and photos, claiming they belonged to Israeli officers and scientists. The scientists were working on technologies so sophisticated that the world had never witnessed their like before. Inside the compromised Mossad database, you can also find detailed agendas outlining projected global scenarios for the next 50 years, including wars, economic crises, and strategic tools designed to shape world events. Friday, April 11, 2026. Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm. Trump springs the ultimate trap on Iran as fake MAGA traitors fall for the deception and shocking emergency broadcast. In a powerful emergency broadcast on April 10, 2026, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm broke down the stunning developments as President Trump executes a masterful plan against the Iranian regime. The stock market is exploding upward in approval of his peace initiatives, with massive gains yesterday and more expected tomorrow as shorts get squeezed hard. Silver and gold are surging, pointing to even greater prosperity ahead under his leadership. Trump, the unparalleled dealmaker, has forced Iran to the negotiating table for the first time in nearly 5 decades. With IRGC leadership taken out, the regime is fracturing into dozens of rival groups that cannot coordinate effectively. While a peaceful deal remains possible, the path may lead to decisive ground action, potentially launching from strategic positions in Iraq where American might stands ready to strike swiftly. The broadcast exposed how infiltrators within the MAGA movement are revealing their true allegiances. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have launched vicious attacks on President Trump, going full opposition despite his incredible accomplishments. These individuals, long suspected of being planted to sow division, are now showing their colors as the Great Awakening accelerates. Critical thinking patriots are rejecting their lies and standing stronger than ever with Trump. Sheila Holm provided crucial insights into Taqiyya, the Islamic doctrine commanding Muslims to deceive non-believers in order to advance jihad and Islam. This explains the constant betrayals and false narratives pushed by our regime elements and their supporters embedded in America. Statistics are staggering, with Muslims responsible for over 90% of terror acts worldwide since 9/11, and zakat funds openly supporting terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban. Dangerous offspring of Iranian regime leaders, who enjoyed luxury lives in places like Los Angeles and Texas while their people suffered, are now being rounded up by ICE and deported en masse. Their psychopathic behaviors, including stalking, abuse, and threats, confirm they are every bit as dangerous as their relatives abroad. America is purging these threats, refusing to allow them to turn the nation into a slave state under Sharia control. Drawing deep biblical parallels, President Trump embodies the spirit of King Cyrus, who historically liberated Persia and freed captives. Persians, many of whom are secret believers forced to outwardly conform, are seeing hope for freedom. Historic peace agreements, including between Armenia and Azerbaijan, signal the breaking of ancient cycles of conflict. Divine timing with Passover and resurrection themes in early April underscores the spiritual battle reaching its climax. Signs of providence continue to manifest as the deep state crumbles globally. Top generals and officials are being removed in China and other nations, exposing interconnected networks that once seemed untouchable. Military operations demonstrate precision and overwhelming success, rescuing assets while minimizing risks despite leaks by traitors now facing justice. Melania Trump boldly declared that the Jeffrey Epstein nightmare must end today, calling out the full network of enablers and demanding congressional action. The elite sick operations are being dismantled, and full exposure is imminent. Meanwhile, Congress proves utterly useless, failing basic duties as states step up independently to secure elections and borders. Friday, April 10, 2026. Typical satanic rites. UFO hunter on X. We drink urine and human blood as a part of worship. Police light emoji. The Devil Worshippers aired in 1985 on May 16. Is an investigation report on Satanism and focuses on allegations that there are satanic cults committing crimes and murders in the United States. What we think we know as of Saturday, April 11, 2026 : Friday, April 10, 2026. The Clintons had full control over the contracts for anyone getting involved in the Haitian recovery efforts. These efforts also included Haitian elections. The Clintons implemented Smartmatic into Haitian politics after the 2010 earthquake. This is the beginning of the global operation to install these manipulative, backdoor-implemented electronic voting machines worldwide to steal elections and install the candidate of their choice. Friday, April 10, 2026, bombshell alert, Governor Ron DeSantis warns alliance with UK at risk, they've changed their country, we can't follow, a shock statement that hits the core of the transatlantic alliance. Friday, April 10, 2026, the FBI caught staging J6. A secret 2020 war game shows 274 undercover agents rehearsed mass prosecutions of patriots months before it happened. This was a deep state set up to frame Americans to bury the stolen election. This is treason, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Friday, April 10, 2026. Trump, Iran, NATO, now they're begging to talk. Glenn Beck's dream. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future?
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So Integrity 2, or not Integrity, but Artemis 2 is coming down, splashing down here any moment now. So we're going to pull that up, share the screen. There's lots of people that are on both sides of the fence as far as like if this is real or not. But here it comes. All right, hopefully that chute comes out. So it's probably some Navy SEALs on the ocean ready to pick these guys up.
First series of parachutes.
There it comes.
And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up.
We copy, we see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
3 minutes. Wow. Started viewing it quite a ways up there. So the Navy SEAls basically are the ones that, if you look back in time, they're the ones that came in and
according to flight dynamics.
put up the, like there's floats around the capsule and they help the pilots get out. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not going to sit here and wait for all of that, but a little bit of history here. So these guys went the farthest away from the Earth.
10,000 feet, still on drogues.
Passing through 10,000. Boy, I did so many parachute jumps at 10,000. Ooh, here comes the next chutes. Wow. That was cool looking.
Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet.
Ooh.
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
Sigh of relief. I wonder if they had a backup, have backups.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hail and hearty on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Hale and Hardy. That's a good one. Beautiful.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
April 1st, of course, used to be New Year's Day. And then the French king several hundred years ago basically changed it to January 1st. And everybody that didn't agree with that was a fool. April Fools.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
So very close to touchdown. Splash, splash down.
Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
So the next one will be a moon landing, which we haven't seen in quite some time. So, of course, the naysayers will say it's all fake, but...
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
So should be seeing some Navy SEALs jumping out of helicopters soon, or maybe they'll just come up in boats. I don't know.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds.
Wow. Less time. I thought it was a lot shorter because they said 10 days. So,
and we're configuring for very low data rate.
Very interesting. Where are those SEAL Bubbas?
Once again,
slacking
splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
All right. Well, that was fun. We'll see the rest of it later. All right. So lots of differing opinions of whether that was real or not. So my thoughts are it's real. So we'll find out, I guess, at some point, but maybe not. So other things we need to find out is what's going on with these former MAGA influencers that have now turned very, very, very critical of President Trump. And of course, President Trump, when that happens and he's going to acknowledge somebody as full retard, like I have said they are, he goes scorched earth, right? And he did today in social media post. Now I'm going to share with you this one little piece that I saw, which is very, very interesting about at least one or two of them. And I believe that these people are being paid to go scorched earth on Trump. And Trump is basically going scorched earth on them. For me, Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, some of these other influencers, right? I will never watch them again. Whatever they say is shit to me, right? Merdu. So let's look at this one little piece that I think is very insightful about these people.
He need to say, look, I'm a bigot. Okay, I'm a bigot. I don't like Islamic extremists. Like, if you are really heavily into Islam, I'm sorry, I don't care for you that much. And I don't care what that sounds like. You can call me a racist. You can come where the fuck you want. I'd vote for you if you said that.
Mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job.
He did.
For a long time, I was pretty silent on this entire thing, right? The Tucker Carlsons, the Megyn Kellys, the Candace Owens, right? For a while there, I was pretty quiet. I saw the comments, asking for my opinion on it. What do you think is going on? I just sat back and I watched, I listened. And the longer that it's gone on, the more I am sure that all of these folks are getting a fat check. I mean, a fat check. Really big check.
Yeah, I agree with Doc Rich here. In fact, I've come to like Doc Rich a lot just by watching this one video. He's spot on. So let's watch a little bit more of this. I think he's nailing it. These people have been paid.
And another thing, it reminded me of something that had happened before, but with Democrats. Do you guys remember when all Democrats were repeating the same stuff all at the same time? It just would randomly happen. I'm like, well, this is weird. And then it happened again. It's like, hold on, they just, this is coordinated. It was Democrats and mainstream media. And if you don't remember what I'm talking about, here's a clip of one time when they did it, when they all started calling J.D. Vance weird, all at the same time. Check it out.
Some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
These guys are just weird. That's who they are. As weird and creepy as J.D. Vance.
Super weird idea from J.D. Vance.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's quite weird. Just plain weird.
Just plain weird.
Just plain weird.
That stuff is weird. They come across weird, and then they start being weird. Yeah, they're weird.
Being a really weird.
He's such a weirdo.
Donald Trump and his weirdo running mate, they're weird. Deeply and profoundly weird. They are weird.
These Republicans just being weird. It's just weird. It's really weird.
Republican weirdness goes even deeper.
He said a lot of things that are weird, a weird style that he brings. Weird.
Now, for these people, I think they should all be thrown in prison. All of them that repeat this stuff like this, they're talking points from the deep state. For me, it's like they're they're diming each other out. They're diming themselves out, right? When they do this kind of bullshit. For me, I think they should be locked up for the rest of their lives. But I'm almost as extreme as Trump, maybe even more so. But that's my thoughts.
Policies. Let's start with the weird thing, because it is a thing.
Just plain weird.
What was weird was talking about Diet Mountain Dew. Who drinks Diet Mountain Dew?
You ever seen the guy laugh? That seems very weird to me that that an adult can go through 6.5 years of being in the public eye. If he has laughed, it's at someone, not with someone. That is weird behavior.
Weird and cultish.
These are weird people on the other side.
He kind of doubled down on his weird ideas.
I think weird is probably generous.
Simply weird.
These guys are just plain weird.
Vance and
You get the message.
So weird is being generous for all of those people, right? All of those people. And we've seen this over and over again in the press, where they all repeat the same verbiage over and over again as attack dogs. It's like having the same robots out there attacking over and over again. Should all be locked up.
And this reminds me of that, what you just saw there. What's happening with the Megyn Kellys, the Candace Owens, the Tucker Carlsons, the Alex Jones, right? The Alex Fuentes, like all of these different individuals. It reminds me of that, where all of a sudden, this entire group of people all virtually say the exact same thing. I want to show you guys a couple of clips, man. I really want to show you a couple of clips, and we'll dive into it more here in just a second. But I mean, literally, you got Tucker Carlson calling for treason.
If you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now it's time to say no, absolutely not, and say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who...
Now, of course, the people of Iran are all, clapping and want Trump to continue. The rest of the people in the Middle East, unless they're part of the octopus arms of Iran, like Hezbollah and Hamas, everybody wants Trump to keep going and completely take down this regime. Now, moving into the weekend, guys, and you know my thoughts on this, I say boots on the ground. I've said this, boots on the ground, for weeks now. And I believe we're moving in that direction. I just saw a report that there are massive numbers of troop transports that are moving to the Middle East now over this weekend. Now, will it happen this weekend? I don't think so. We still have the other Marine expeditionary group that's still a week out. We have another aircraft carrier that's coming in that's about a week out. So this will be a buildup like all of the, Desert Storm and so forth. It takes a period of time for them to build this up. I think from probably some of these NATO countries that have basically turned their backs on us, we'll start to move personnel from those areas, equipment from those areas. I believe that it will probably come in through Iraq and also in the Kurdistan area. There's a Baluchistan that I've talked about in the past, where the Pakistanis may come in from because they say they have a pact with Saudi Arabia that they will support Saudi Arabia in an eventual crisis like this. The Pakistanis have been, trying to do peace talks. These people, the only peace they know is violence. So that's the only way to deal with these people, violently, right? Because they're going to be violent. This will completely take down the first leg of the deep state. There will be more legs to take down because it is an octopus, right? And some of these legs are in Europe. Some of these European octopus legs will be taken down as well. Now, some of them will be easy, like Venezuela and Cuba, which is coming, right? but some of them will be a little bit more difficult. I think Iran will be the most difficult, but it remains to be seen. We may have another difficult one with China. So as we move, and remember, China is basically run by the City of London. So the City of London has to go bye-bye. The Vatican city-state has to go bye-bye, right? And how does it go bye-bye? I don't know. It remains to be seen how that works out. If they just completely collapse due to like I think these GOP rejects, GOP or MAGA rejects, Tucker Carlson and so forth. They're just going to be isolated, right? They're going to be ostracized and isolated.
In direct contact with the president, need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself.
Like, what? You're literally calling for military men and women to disobey the commander-in-chief. Okay, Tucker. Okay. That is quite strange. Quite strange. Now, I want to show you this other clip because, of course, he went on a rant for Easter as well, acting holier than thou. How dare Trump say these words? Oh, my goodness. Check it out.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Yeah, because Tucker has never said the F word, right? Especially when it comes to talking about Muslims, right? Well, just keep watching.
You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. No decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself.
So here Tucker Carlson is talking with Nick Fuentes. Oh my goodness, the best Christian ever, right? Saying that he dislikes Christian Zionists more than anybody. Yes, anybody.
Well, Christian Zionists, like what is that? Right. And I could just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody, because like what?
No decent person and no Christian can mock other people's religion unless, of course, you explain why theologically you don't agree with them. Okay, Tucker, this is you back in 2006. Let's take a look.
He need to say, look, I'm a bigot. Okay, I'm a bigot. I don't like Islamic extremists. Like, if you are really heavily into Islam, I'm sorry, I don't care for you that much. And I don't care what that sounds like. You can call me a racist. You can tell me whatever the fuck you want.
Ooh, F word. So Tucker Carlson, when talking about other politicians, is saying, yeah, you should say this. Just admit it. You're a bigot. And just accept any name that comes with it. Say that you don't like people who are heavily invested in Islam, who are heavily into it. Just say you don't like them. I would still vote for you. No theological excuse needed. I'd still vote for you. Just say you don't like them. Oh, but now, when the president, who I don't think anyone would argue is a Christian, puts out a tweet, and we know Trump is blunt. He says whatever he wants. People love it. People hate it. Okay. Oh, he's the worst human being ever. How dare you do that, Donald Trump? Even though I historically have mocked Islam, I've talked about the dangers of it, which now I downplay. But historically, yeah. Just say you don't like people who are heavily invested and heavily interested in Islam, and I will vote for you. I like that messaging. What does Tucker also do? Oh, he over-exaggerates what Christians go through in the land of Israel while downplaying everything that they experience in other neighboring Arab countries and even Qatar, who he props up. He says, oh, they're such a great nation for Christians where you can't proselytize as a Christian, you can't publicly confess Christianity, you can't wear a cross, you can't even legally leave Islam. It is an Islamic monarchy, and the people who are Christians there are predominantly people who are there as slave workers from the Philippines and other countries. They don't even grant them citizenship, and they have 6 to 8 state-owned churches for over 300,000 of them who are, again, all predominantly slave workers. Oh, but if you say anything against Tucker Carlson, you must be a Zionist shill, paid $7K a video. People wonder why a lot of people just don't take this guy seriously anymore. This is why. And I want to make this very clear to you all. I genuinely do not care, couldn't care less what you think about Israel. It is very, very easy to see through Tucker Carlson and understand he is not the man he used to be, and he is not approaching political discourse in 2026 as the man he used to be in good faith. He's just not the same guy.
It's facts. It's facts. And then, they'll accuse somebody like me of being a shill for Israel. You're just shilling for Israel. And it's like, what are you talking about? Israel. How about that? How about that? So because I'm calling you out on your BS, all of a sudden I'm kissing the behind of some other country? How does that even make sense? How does it make sense? It's so silly. But of course, it's their only defensive mechanism when they're getting exposed. Right? Bro, what has happened to Tucker Carlson? It's got to be studied, man. It's got to be studied. What has happened to Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, all of these individuals who I personally liked at one point in time? I very much liked a lot of these individuals, right? The Alex Joneses of the world. I mean, sometimes I thought he said some crazy stuff, but it's like, man, I kind of like this guy. You know, he just has like a I don't give a F attitude, and I respect that. All right, Tucker.
So Alex Jones has been going full retard, and he just had Marjorie Taylor Greene come on, and the two of them together went full retard. All right, so yeah, Megyn Kelly, she basically is. There's like this one thing with the whore of Babylon who like just goes to anyone will give her any attention. All right, so remember she was at Fox, she got fired at Fox, she went to CNN, she got fired at CNN. Then she started her own program. A lot of us like supported her. It's like, oh, she's like us, she's starting from scratch, and she's going to build it up, and that's what she did. And now that she has a decent MAGA following, she's excoriating Trump, right? And so this is part of the bigger picture, a long-term game, probably of her handler and all of their handlers, and they're being paid. And I like what what we're seeing from Doc Rich. He's saying, 10, 15 years from now, we'll look at, find out how much they got paid, and we're all going to be stunned. I don't think we're going to have to wait that long. I don't think especially because Trump has some really good intel, right?
Awesome. Wow. I really like this guy, Candace Owens. Like, man, I would vote for her as a woman president, 100%. Yeah, I damn sure regret ever saying that. And so when you sit back and you think about what's happening, it's just like all of these folks have all taken a 180 all at the same time. Somebody's getting some money from overseas, from somewhere, some way, shape, or fashion, right? Because even somebody like Alex Jones, now he's calling for the 25th Amendment. Like Trump is losing his mind all of a sudden. It's just like, wait, what? How is Trump losing his mind? Because he said he was going to blow a civilization off the face of this earth? Hell, I would have said the same damn thing. Hey, I'm trying to negotiate with this country. They're not negotiating in good faith. I'm getting annoyed because this whole situation is getting dragged on longer than what it needs to be, right? I've obliterated basically all of your military. Like, what are we talking about here? We should be having a serious discussion. Y'all not being serious right now. You know what? F it. I'm gonna blow you off the face of this earth. April 7th at 8 o'clock. If we don't have an agreement, just know I'm hitting the button. I would have said the same thing. Have I lost my mind?
Yeah, I have said the same thing. I've been over the Middle East for over half my life, guys. And they're savages. A lot of them are savages. These people that are in Iran are absolute savages. I've said that. And to an extreme, you need to wake up to this. Islam, like I talked with last night, I had Sheila Holm on, and she talked about how Islam, basically, and we talked about it very much in detail, about Islam will lie to you so that they can get in and establish themselves and then take you down. So for them, it's okay to lie, and they will lie, and they do lie. And I've seen it over and over again. They lie. And I've said all along that they're lying about, they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and we're going to do the right thing now. And they just are giving themselves a little space so they can build back up, get ready for, blowing more people. We're going to have to go in and, stomp them out. So the Marines, I say probably landing along the shore. We'll have some people coming in with tanks and other heavy equipment from Iraq because we have a lot of it there. We took Iraq down in 26 days from Baluchistan, from Kurdistan. We're going to come at it from every angle, guys, every angle under the sun. And we're going to have 82nd, 101st jumping in with all their gear. So it's just going to be a complete annihilation of this extremist Islam. We're just going to have to take them down. And once that's done, then it's like, okay, we got this handled. Strait of Hormuz is back open again. Next, right? Next deep state actor. And it's going to be one after another. And at some point in the future, hopefully within a couple of years or so, we're going to have no more war. And that we'll have probably 1,000 years or more of no more war. And I hope forever, but it's been predicted for 1,000 years of peace, right? But what does that mean? Do they come back? Well, if it takes them 1,000 years to come back, that's pretty good. Because, supposedly we won World War II. We know that's bullshit now, right? We celebrated the victory of World War II. That's bullshit. Will we celebrate the final victory over the deep state? I think we're going to see that.
No, I'm just sick and tired of playing games. But you got these individuals saying, oh, Trump's absolutely lost his mind. 25th Amendment. You got Tucker Carlson calling for treason to happen. Like what? Hey, listen, if Trump gives you those orders, don't listen to him. Don't follow the orders. What? I'm genuinely curious how much they got paid. I really want to know. Kind of jealous, right?